In the stillness of a time before memory, before the first dawn or the first nightfall, there was only darkness and silence. Yet even in that endless night, ancient peoples around the world imagined the seeds of creation, waiting patiently to bloom. Through gentle stories passed down through generations, they painted pictures of how the cosmos came to be. Each tale is a soft whisper from the past, carrying us back to the world's first moments, to the mythic origins of the cosmos. Let us drift now into those sacred beginnings. We wander first to ancient Greece, where the story of creation begins not with light or land or sea, but with a yawning emptiness. In the Greek imagination, before anything else existed, there was only chaos, a vast and silent void, holding within it the potential for everything yet to come. In the beginning, there was only chaos. No earth below, no sky above, no swirling seas, nor shining sun. Only a boundless abyss, dark and still. In that silent void, there was no life and no sound. Nothing but a heavy emptiness, stretching in all directions. But the Greeks believed this void was pregnant with possibility. Out of chaos came a subtle shift, a stirring in the darkness, as if the emptiness itself knew it could not remain empty forever. From this vast nothingness, a presence began to take form. Gaia, the earth. She emerged slowly and gently, a broad and nurturing Mother Earth, arising to bring substance to the void. Gaia was solid and steady, giving shape to a world that had been shapeless. In the endless night, she was a comfort, a foundation where none had been. And as she came into being, so too did other ancient forces. Deep night and dark Erebus, embodiments of darkness itself, coalesced out of chaos, and with them came a faint glimmer called Eros, the first hint of love, a gentle force that would spark life and creation. Gaia, the Earth Mother, found herself alone in the darkness, craving companionship. So she birthed from herself a great partner, Uranus, the sky. Uranus stretched out above her, vast and starry, his presence covering Gaia in a protective embrace. He became the arched heaven, and between them now was the possibility of life. With earth below and sky above, the empty void was no longer so empty. In the shelter of Uranus, Gaia brought forth more of creation. Tall mountains rose up along her skin, and the restless seas pooled in her low places, their waters born from her tears of joy. The world was taking shape, nurtured by Mother Earth and crowned by Father Sky. In time, Gaia and Uranus had many children. First came the Titans, mighty beings of great strength, as wild and vast as the elements. Also were born the Cyclopes, with a single eye of foresight, and the Hecatoncheires, giants with 100 hands. These offspring were powerful and strange, each a piece of the emerging cosmos. Ocean gods and sun and moon, dawn and dusk, thunder and wind, all the primal forces finding form as the children of earth and sky. At first, all these children lived hidden in the dark, still cradled in the space between Gaia and Uranus, for the sky lay so close against the earth that little room existed between them. Uranus, it is said, feared the power of his own children and kept them confined, pressing down upon Gaia so that their children could not fully emerge. In the eternal night, beneath earth and sky's tight embrace, the children yearned for light and freedom. Gaia, heavy with her unborn creations, and aching for them to see the light of day, decided that things could not remain as they were. In the secrecy of night, she devised a plan. She fashioned a sharp sickle from the hardest flint and summoned her bravest son, Cronus, the youngest Titan. Whispering softly, she asked for his help to set life free. Cronus, courageous and dutiful to his mother, waited in the shadows. When Uranus next came down to lie close to Gaia, Cronus reached out with the flint sickle. With a swift, determined stroke, he cut into the darkness and severed the binding embrace of sky and earth. Uranus recoiled, pain and anger echoing across the cosmos as he pulled away from Gaia, rising higher and higher. At last, the sky was separated from the earth. In that moment, everything changed. For the first time, open space and air existed between heaven and earth. The children of Gaia were free from their confinement, and into the space between earth and sky poured a new light. Where there had been choking darkness, now there was room to breathe and grow. The dawn, Eos, rosy-fingered and gentle, could at last stretch across the horizon of the earth. Daylight broke over the world as Helios, the young sun, began his first journey across the sky. Selene the moon followed softly at night, casting her silver glow. The stars, once hidden by the closeness of sky to earth, now sparkled in the newfound distance, dotting Uranus's heavenly cloak with points of light. Fresh breezes began to blow, the first winds sighing between earth and sky, whispering through the new forests and over the open waters. Gaia's heart swelled to feel her children living freely in the world she had made. Uranus the sky, though wounded and distant, remained aloft, arching over the earth but no longer smothering her. And from his blood that fell upon the soil, new kinds of life sprang forth, the Furies and other giants, spirits that would dwell at the edges of the world. From the sea foam where the sky's essence touched ocean, a beautiful new goddess was born, Aphrodite, goddess of love, rising on a shell from the gentle waves. Thus, even in his sorrow and defeat, Uranus gave rise to new beings, and love and beauty took shape alongside strife. The cosmos was evolving, growing richer and more complex. Cronus, having liberated his siblings, became the new lord of the universe, ushering in a golden age. Under his rule, time itself began to tick onward. For Cronus was also seen as Father Time, and the rhythms of seasons and years commenced. But the story did not end with Cronus's reign. Gaia and Uranus had prophesied that one of Cronus's own children would someday overthrow him, just as he had rebelled against the sky. Fearing this fate, Cronus attempted to prevent any threat. Whenever his wife Rhea bore a child, Cronus swallowed the newborn god to keep them from growing up to challenge him. Yet Rhea grew heartbroken and angry, and she hatched a plan of her own to save her youngest. When her final child was born, a son named Zeus, she hid the baby in a safe, secret cave, and in the child's place she gave Cronus a stone wrapped in cloth. Cronus, thinking it was the infant, swallowed the stone instead. And so baby Zeus was spared, whisked away to be raised in hiding, nourished by divine goat's milk and honey. In time, Zeus grew strong and wise. When he had reached adulthood, he returned to face his father. With cunning and courage, Zeus tricked Cronus into disgorging the children he had swallowed. One by one, Zeus's brothers and sisters, Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, and Poseidon, emerged alive and well, now fully grown gods. United, they rose up against Cronus and the Titans in a mighty struggle that shook the very heaven and earth. But in the end, the new gods, the Olympians, emerged victorious. Zeus cast down his father and the rebel Titans, imprisoning many of them deep in Tartarus, the gloomy abyss far beneath the earth. With the Titans defeated, Zeus became the king of the heavens. He and his siblings divided the realms among themselves. Zeus took the sky as his domain, Poseidon claimed the seas, and Hades took the underworld deep below. Hera became queen of the gods. Demeter nurtured the grains and harvest, and Hestia kept the sacred hearthfire. Under the reign of the Olympians, the world settled into an order that would endure. The sun rose and set each day under Helios's watch, and later Apollo's care. The seasons turned, and living creatures spread across the land and sea, populating the once empty world with life and activity. The age of chaos and constant upheaval gave way to balance. The wild forces were tamed, at least for a time, by the wisdom and power of Zeus and his fellow gods. Thus, out of chaos came cosmos, the Greek word for an ordered world. What was once an endless void was now a rich and living universe. The broad earth, with its forests and mountains, encircled by the ever-flowing sea. Above, the dome of the sky glittering with stars. And throughout, the unseen currents of love, fate, and time moving everything toward its destined shape. It is a story of emergence, of life and light triumphing over darkness, of structure rising from formlessness. In this gentle myth, even conflict and darkness eventually serve creation, giving birth to new wonders. The Greeks, lying under their brilliant night sky, could look up and imagine how it all began in silence, and smile at the thought that even the vast chaos before time had been merely the womb from which the world was born. The tale of Gaia and Uranus, of Cronus and Zeus, was the Greeks' way of making sense of the great mystery of existence. As we let their story sink in, we can almost feel the deep hush of chaos, and then the bursting forth of life, a comforting reminder that from emptiness can come abundance. And while the Greek story ends with the familiar world in place and ruled by divine beings, it is only one of many beautiful visions our ancestors crafted. Now, as the Greek creation story reaches its peaceful pause, our journey continues. Far beyond the warm hills of ancient Greece, in the distant cold of the north, another story of the world's origin was told. It begins not in darkness and silence alone, but in a collision of fire and ice, and in the body of a primordial giant. Long ago in the chilling north, before the earth and sky took shape, there was only a great emptiness known as Ginnungagap. Gap. To the north of this void lay Niflheim, a realm of mist and ice, and to the south lay Muspelheim, a land of fire and unending heat. In that primordial time, the icy winds of Niflheim met the glowing embers of Muspelheim at the edge of the void. Where frost and flame converged in the darkness, something remarkable began to happen. The heat melted the ice, and from the dripping, thawing drops of water, life slowly stirred. Out of the melting ice emerged a vast being, the first of all giants, called Ymir. He was enormous, his body formed of the ice's lifeblood, and his presence filled the emptiness. Ymir opened his eyes to the darkness and heard nothing but the slow drip of water and the distant crackle of fire. He was alone, but not for long. As Ymir lay in the Ginnungagap, Gap, warmth from the south made him sweat. From the perspiration under his left arm, a curious thing occurred. A man and a woman giant grew forth, born from his own body. And from the rubbing of Ymir's legs together came another being, a son. These were the first of the frost giants, children of Ymir, living in the vast emptiness with their father. Yet Ymir was not the only being to emerge from that union of fire and ice. The melting frost also formed a great cow, named Audhumla, a gentle creature amidst the desolation. 4 rivers of milk flowed from Audhumla's udders, and it was on this nourishing milk that Ymir fed. The giant drank and drank, sustained by the cow's gift, while Audhumla herself licked the salt from the icy blocks around her for sustenance. As she licked the ice, something wondrous happened over the course of 3 days. A shape began to emerge from the frozen salt. First hair, then a head, and finally an entire man was freed from the ice. He was Buri, the first of the gods, strong and fair. Buri would become the grandfather of Odin, who was destined to be the chief of the gods. Buri begat a son named Bor, who took for his wife Bestla, one of the giant daughters of Ymir's kin. From Bor and Bestla came 3 sons, Odin, Vili, and Ve. These 3 brothers were unlike the lumbering giants. They were powerful and aware, the first gods in a world still dominated by Ymir and his brood. Odin and his brothers looked upon the giant Ymir and his children, and felt a mix of awe and alarm. Ymir's chaotic offspring would soon fill the void, leaving no room for the new order the gods hoped to shape. In the vast emptiness, 2 races now existed, the primeval giants and the young gods, and a great change was looming, the first act of creation through destruction. Odin and his brothers understood that for a new world to arise, the old chaos embodied by Ymir would have to be tamed, and so, gathering their strength and resolve, the 3 gods confronted Ymir. A struggle ensued in the still-forming cosmos. The mighty giant fought fiercely, roaring like thunder, but he was no match for the combined might of Odin, Vili, and Ve. With tremendous effort, they struck Ymir down. The colossal giant fell, and from his wounds gushed an immense flood of blood. So much blood flowed from Ymir's body that it drowned almost all of the frost giants he had fathered. Only one giant, Bergelmir, managed to escape with his wife by climbing onto a makeshift boat, a hollowed tree trunk. From Bergelmir and his spouse would descend all new generations of giants, who would live at the edges of the world to come. With Ymir slain, Odin and his brothers looked upon the giant's immense corpse and saw raw material, a vast source from which they could form a world. They carried Ymir's body to the centre of Ginnungagap, that gaping void, and set about fashioning the cosmos. From Ymir's flesh they shaped the earth, rich and red, becoming the soil and the land. His blood they poured forth as the endless sea, lakes, and rivers, surrounding and nourishing the earth. Where his blood ran, it formed oceans that encircled the land, a deep moat to guard against the remaining giants. From Ymir's great bones, they made the mountains and crags, stacking them tall and strong. His teeth and shattered bones they scattered as rocks and pebbles across the new land. The very ground beneath our feet, in this Norse telling, is the body of that primeval being, transformed now, supporting life. They were not finished. The gods took Ymir's skull, and with reverence, lifted it high above the earth. It became the dome of the sky. They set it in place, and at each of the sky's 4 corners, they placed a dwarf to hold it steady, east, west, north, and south, marking the 4 directions to secure the heavens. Inside the skull's vast arch, they took sparks that still drifted up from Muspelheim's fires and set them as stars in the firmament. These glowing embers became the sun, the moon, and countless stars, bringing gentle light to the new world. The sun was warm and golden by day, the moon cool and silver by night, and the stars twinkled softly, guiding and watching over all below. To give form to the passing of time, the gods placed the sun and moon on paths across the sky, so they would ride in endless cycles and mark the days and seasons. From Ymir's brains, Odin and his brothers formed the clouds. Fluffy and wandering, they float now under the sky's dome, ever-changing, bringing shade and rain to the land below. Thus the heavens were furnished with light and movement. Meanwhile, all around the edges of the new world, the brothers fashioned a deep sea from Ymir's blood to keep at bay those giants who had survived. They also took Ymir's eyebrows, a curious yet mighty part of the giant, and from them created a protective wall. This they named Midgard, the middle enclosure, a sanctuary where they and their future children could dwell, protected from the wild giants beyond. The world was nearly complete. The land lay fresh and new, illuminated by the sun's daily journey and the moon's gentle vigil at night. Mountains and valleys stretched across the earth. Trees, born from Ymir's hair, took root in the soil, covering the land with green forests and tender meadows. Yes, each strand of Ymir's coarse hair became a leafy tree or a soft blade of grass, and the world blossomed with vegetation. The world was becoming beautiful, a place ready to harbour life. Under the sky skull's arch, with stars and clouds in place, everything was prepared except living beings to enjoy it. So Odin and his brothers wandered the new earth they had made, admiring the mountains and seas, the trees and sky. On the shore, they found 2 fallen logs washed up by the sea, pieces of driftwood lying on the sand. From these, they decided to sculpt the first humans. Odin gave them breath, Vili gave them mind and feeling, and Ve shaped their form and gave them the warmth of life. In this way, an ash tree log became the first man, Ask, and an elm log became the first woman, Embla. These 2 awoke on the beach, alive and gentle, under the morning sky. Odin and his brothers smiled upon their creation and placed the humans in Midgard, the protected realm bordered by Ymir's mighty brow. Here, humanity would be safe from giants and free to live and grow in the new world. With Ask and Embla, life flourished. The humans lit fires, built shelters, and raised families. They gazed up at the sun and stars, unaware of the incredible gift and sacrifice that lay in their making. That the ground they walked on was once the body of a primordial giant, that the sky above was the vault of his skull, and that every gentle cloud and evening star was born of an ancient battle for the sake of creation. And yet the new world was calm and orderly, sea and land, light and dark, day and night, gods and humans, all held in the careful balance the 3 brothers had established. So in the Norse telling, out of a clash of fire and ice, and through a giant sacrifice, the world came into being. What started as emptiness became fullness. What began with a violent act ended in peace and plenty. The sacrifice of Ymir, though sorrowful, was not in vain. It gave rise to everything. The Norse ancestors, living in harsh northern lands, would hear this tale and perhaps feel comfort. Even the coldest frost and fiercest flame had worked together to create the gentle earth beneath their feet and the sky full of guiding stars above. It reminds us that even chaos and conflict can yield to harmony and life. Our journey through creation myths does not end here. The northern lights fade from our vision, and now we drift toward warmer waters and ancient shores. From a world forged out of frost and fire, we move to one born from a golden lotus, blossoming on a cosmic ocean. The Hindu sages of India imagined creation as a great lotus flower, opening to reveal the universe. Let us gently follow this tale across the seas, where a vast, tranquil ocean once held within it the promise of all worlds to come. Imagine a time before time, when the universe lay as a calm, endless ocean. There was no land, no sky, no moon or sun, only infinite waters gently rippling in silence. In this vast cosmic ocean floated a single giant serpent, and upon the coils of this serpent rested Lord Vishnu, the preserver of all things. Vishnu lay in a deep, peaceful slumber, drifting on the serpent's back. Ages and ages had passed in this quiet, dreamlike state, as the world from a previous era had dissolved back into these primal waters. All was tranquil. Nothing stirred, save the soft rise and fall of Vishnu's breath and the subtle motion of the ocean beneath him. Then, in the stillness, a change began. From the navel of the sleeping Vishnu, a small tendril of light emerged and grew into a stem. Slowly, this stem blossomed into a magnificent golden lotus flower, glowing softly in the surrounding darkness. The petals of the lotus unfurled one by one, and seated at its center was Lord Brahma, the creator-to-be. Brahma opened his 4 eyes, one for each direction, but initially saw nothing except the endless dark waters all around. He was alone on his lotus, floating adrift in the cosmic sea, with only the quietude of the void for company. For a moment, Brahma did not know what he should do, or where he had come from. All he heard was the gentle lapping of the waves against the lotus. He contemplated the vast emptiness, and felt a desire to bring forth something, where now there was nothing. Seeking guidance, Brahma closed his eyes and meditated deeply. After a long time immersed in contemplation, a whisper of knowledge blossomed within him, a silent understanding of how to proceed. Steeled with this wisdom, and filled with divine energy from Vishnu's presence below, Brahma set about the sacred task he was born to do, to create the universe. Brahma began by taking the great lotus flower upon which he sat and gently splitting it into 3. With careful, loving hands, he stretched one part of the lotus upwards. It unfurled and expanded, becoming the highest realms, the heavens above, a place of light and spirit. Another part he stretched downward, and it broadened and became the solid earth beneath, firm and steady. The third part of the lotus he spread out between heaven and earth, creating the skies and atmosphere, the middle space where winds would blow and clouds would drift. Thus, the single lotus blossom was transformed into the layers of the world, the earth to walk upon, the sky to breathe in, and the heavens beyond to aspire to. As Brahma shaped these realms, the once empty cosmic ocean began to fill with the stirrings of new life. The quiet was now gently broken by the sounds of creation taking form. Brahma spoke words of creation, and as he did, land rose up from the cosmic waters. Continents and mountains emerged from the sea, their peaks glistening as the first light of dawn touched them. Rivers began to flow, born from the tears of joy that welled in Brahma's eyes as he saw the beauty of what was forming. These rivers snaked across the land, giving water and life to every corner. The boundless ocean, which had been everything, receded slightly to make space for the land, but it still encircled the earth lovingly, cradling it. With the earth formed and the sky arched above it, Brahma hung the sun in the heavens to shed warm light by day. The sun took its place, a golden disk shining down, evaporating mist and warming the new-formed ground. Brahma also placed the moon in the night sky, a serene pearl glowing gently to soothe the darkness. Around the moon he set countless stars, each one twinkling like a tiny jewel in the night, to adorn the heavens and guide the wayfarers that would someday look up at them. Day and night began their gentle cycle, the sun and moon taking turns to watch over the nascent world. Time itself thus started to flow in measured beats of light and dark, waking and rest. Now Brahma brought forth life to populate the world. From his thoughts, he created plants and animals of every kind. He imagined mighty trees, and there they were, sprouting from the earth, their branches reaching for the sky. He imagined gentle flowers, and they bloomed in a riot of colours across meadows and hills. Where Brahma's gaze fell, forests took root, grasses spread like soft green carpets, and fruits hung heavy on trees to nourish the living beings to come. Then came the animals. Birds took shape and filled the air with their first songs, their bright feathers catching the sunlight as they soared. Fish and creatures of the sea swam into being in the waters, from the tiniest shimmering minnows to great graceful whales gliding in the depths. On land, every kind of animal frolicked into existence. Deer leaping in the dappled woods, lions prowling with noble grace, elephants trumpeting at the newly risen sun, and cows and sheep grazing peacefully on the verdant plains. Insects hummed softly as they appeared, bees among the flowers and butterflies dancing with delight. Among his creations, Brahma also formed beings of light and power to dwell in the heavens. The devas, gods, who would help maintain the order of the world, and their counterparts, some of whom would challenge that order to ensure balance. He created sages and ancestral spirits to hold wisdom. And at last, Brahma moulded the first humans, giving them intelligence, curiosity, and the spark of consciousness. According to some tellings, feeling a deep loneliness at being the sole creator, Brahma split himself into two, one male and one female, so that creation could continue through their union. In this way, the first man and woman came into existence, complementing each other, and from them, many more humans would be born to share in the wonders of the world. As each living being came into existence, Brahma gently placed them in their proper homes. Birds to the trees and sky, fish to the rivers and sea, animals to the forests and fields, and humans to the fertile lands where they could thrive and learn. The world that had been silent ocean was now alive with murmuring leaves, animal calls, and the whispers of the first people learning to speak. The air that was once still now carried the laughter of children, the song of birds at dawn, and the rustling of wind through new leaves. All the while, Lord Vishnu remained quietly watching over this creation, still reclining on his serpent bed, ensuring that the cosmos Brahma shaped would be preserved. And high above, the gentle light of the sun by day and the calm radiance of the moon by night blessed the world with their nurturing presence. The great serpent Ananta, upon which Vishnu lay, supported the universe on its endless coils, symbolizing that infinity and stability underlie all that is made. With the world thus formed, Brahma's work was largely done. He gazed upon the creation with a tender smile. Where once he had seen only emptiness and felt uncertainty, now he beheld a rich, beautiful world teeming with life and possibility. It is said that Brahma's day of creation eventually comes to an end, and at the close of his cosmic day, the universe dissolves again into the vast ocean, returning to quiet emptiness until the time comes for the cycle to repeat with a new lotus and a new creation. But for now, there was only fresh wonder in his heart and in the hearts of all the beings he had brought forth. In this Hindu vision of the cosmos, creation is a peaceful blossoming. The world arises from a lotus, a symbol of purity and divinity, born from the navel of a dreaming god, showing that creation is inherently sacred and beautiful. Though Brahma's work would eventually pause and time would flow in great cycles, each moment of that first day was suffused with hope and gentle joy. The story wraps the listener in a sense of safety, that we all originated from the peaceful dreams of the divine, from the loving actions of a creator who crafted everything with care and intent. As the golden lotus world fully opened and stabilized, we take a soft breath and prepare to move on once more. Now the gentle lapping of the cosmic ocean fades, and we turn our attention further east to ancient China. There, people told of a great cosmic egg, and within it a giant named Pangu, who shaped the world and whose very body became the earth and sky. Let us journey now to this next tale, letting the warmth of the sun and the fragrance of lotus petals drift away as we slip into a quiet void that held a sleeping giant. Before the universe took shape, according to an ancient Chinese tale, all the matter of the cosmos was locked in a big, dark egg. Inside this cosmic egg, everything was in chaos, a swirling mix of yin and yang, light and dark, all entangled like a mist. And deep within this chaos, asleep for countless ages, was a giant named Pangu. He slumbered peacefully, cradled by the warmth of potential creation. For 18,000 years, Pangu grew within the egg, nourished by the balanced energies of yin and yang. The egg kept him safe, but eventually, the time came for the universe to be born. One day, Pangu stirred from his long sleep. He opened his eyes, but saw only pitch-black confusion around him. Feeling confined, he stretched his enormous limbs. As he did so, he felt the walls of the cosmic egg pressing all around. Determined to break free, Pangu took hold of a great axe. Some say this axe was formed of pure energy, and with all his might, he struck a powerful blow to the shell of the egg. There was a thunderous crack, echoing in the emptiness, as the egg split apart. Light and clear essence, the yang, rose upward. This would become the sky, vast and high. The heavy and murky essence, the yin, sank downward. This would become the earth, broad and solid. In that instant, the chaos began to sort itself out into an ordered universe, but it was still new and fragile. Pangu found himself standing between earth and sky, each newly born from the broken egg. But heaven and earth were still too close, not yet fully separated. So Pangu braced his feet firmly on the earth and pushed up on the sky with his hands. Each day, the heavens climbed higher, and each day, the earth grew thicker and denser beneath him. To ensure they would never collapse back into each other, Pangu himself grew taller and taller, like a living pillar between the two. Some say that each day for another 18,000 years, Pangu grew 10 feet, as did the sky above and the earth below, expanding the gap between them. During this time, the world began taking shape around him. The dim outlines of mountains formed in the earth, and gentle breezes began to whisper through the space between sky and ground. Finally, the sky was high and secure, and the earth was firm and vast. Pangu, seeing that his work was done, was at last content. But holding up the world for so long had taken all of his strength. With the sky safely aloft and the earth stable, Pangu laid down and closed his eyes, surrendering to a final rest. His task of creation was complete, and in giving himself to it, Pangu became one with the world he had shaped. As he exhaled his last breath, a soft wind arose, spreading across the world. With that gentle breath, clouds formed. His breath became the mist and clouds that float in the sky. The quiet voice that had hummed in his throat turned into the distant rumbling of thunder, a comforting drum roll in the heavens. Now that Pangu had passed, his giant body transformed slowly and naturally into the elements of the world. His blood flowed out and became the rivers and streams, coursing through valleys and plains. Every drop of blood turned into fresh water that nourished the land. His breath, as mentioned, was now the wandering wind and drifting clouds, bringing rain and weather. From Pangu's vast eyes came bright lights. One eye became the shining sun to illuminate the day, warm and life-giving. The other eye became the soft, glowing moon to soothe the night, calm and guiding. Thus, day and night were born from his very sight, providing balance to the cycle of time. His voice became the rolling thunder that echoes across the sky, and perhaps his last smile became the gentle arc of the rainbow. The hair on Pangu's head and his mighty beard were carried by the wind across the earth and transformed into the lush forests, trees, and all vegetation. Every strand took root and became a blade of grass or a leaf on a tree, covering the once barren ground with living green. His skin and the fine hairs on his body turned into flowers and herbs, bringing colour and fragrance into the world. From Pangu's strong bones and teeth, the minerals and rocks of the earth were formed. His bones became the grand mountains, sturdy and enduring, and his teeth and nails became the precious gems and minerals hidden in the earth's depths. Iron, copper, jade, and all the buried treasures of the ground were once parts of Pangu's indestructible frame. His muscles and flesh became the fertile soil, rich and brown, from which life could grow and be sustained. Even Pangu's veins turned into long, winding rivers, and his sinews became the far-reaching roads and pathways across the land. Legends also say that the sweat from Pangu's body fell as rain, a final gift to moisten the earth and make it fruitful. And in some versions of the tale, the tiny creatures that lived on Pangu's skin were carried off by the wind, and touched by the divine energy of creation, were transformed into human beings, the very first people. In this poetic way, the story suggests that we humans came from the body of the Creator and are kin to all parts of nature. In the end, the once chaotic egg had become a harmonious world, thanks to Pangu's sacrifice and effort. The sky domed high and was studded with sun, moon, and stars. The earth spread wide with mountains, rivers, forests, and living creatures. Balance prevailed, yin and yang, dark and light, above and below, each found its rightful place. The great giant Pangu did not rule this new world as a separate being. He became the world itself, forever united with his creation. For the ancient Chinese who told this story, it is a gentle reminder that the world is built on an act of love and selflessness. Every rock and breeze, every river and star, carries a bit of that first being's essence. When they felt the wind on their face or saw the sun rise, they could imagine it was Pangu's breath and eyes watching over them. The world was not a cold, dead thing. It was once alive as a single great being, and in a way, it still is, imbued with the spirit of creation. Now our journey drifts onward again, leaving behind the quiet awe of Pangu's world. We travel from the ancient land of China to distant islands in the Great Ocean, to the Maori people of Aotearoa, New Zealand, who tell of a Sky Father and an Earth Mother locked in a loving embrace. In darkness, their many children yearned for light and space. Let us gently move into that story, feeling the earth and sky themselves as living parents, as we listen to how the world came forth from their separation. In the beginning, in the Maori story from New Zealand, there was darkness. In this darkness, tightly embraced together, were Ranginui, the Sky Father, and Papatuanuku, the Earth Mother. They held each other so close that no light could pierce between them, and all was night. Yet between their bodies, in that confined space, they had many children, powerful beings who would later become Kaitiaki, guardians of various parts of the natural world. These children lived pressed in the darkness between their parents, never seeing light or having room to stretch. They only knew the warmth and closeness of their father and mother. But they wondered what lay beyond, longing for space to move and to see. As time went on, the children of Rangi and Papa grew frustrated with their cramped existence. They whispered among themselves in the dark and began to devise a plan. What if we separate our parents? One suggested. Then we would have room to live and light to see. This idea was bold and filled some with dread, but most of the brothers agreed that it was necessary for life to flourish. However, one brother, Tauhiri Matea, the spirit of winds and storms, loved his parents' embrace and feared the separation. He refused to be part of it, preferring the comforting darkness and closeness. The others, however, prepared to carry out their plan. One by one, the strong children attempted to push their parents apart. First, Rongomatane, the spirit of cultivated plants, tried to separate them, but could not. Then Tangaroa, god of the sea, heaved with all his might, but he failed as well. Haumia Tikatika, god of wild foods and fern roots, also tried with earnest effort, but still Rangi and Papa clung tightly to each other. Next came Tumatawenga, the fierce spirit of war, who strained mightily to move his father and mother apart, but even he could not break their embrace. It seemed impossible. The sky and earth were bound by such love that none of their attempts could tear them apart. At last, it was Tanemahuta, the quiet and steadfast god of the forests and birds, who stepped forward. He lay on his back between his parents, placed his shoulders against his mother earth, and his feet against his father sky. With calm determination, Tane began to push. He pushed and pushed, using all the strength in his legs, and slowly, very slowly, Rangi, the sky, and Papa, the earth, began to separate. Papatuanuku felt the cool air on her face for the first time as her beloved Rangi was forced away upward. Ranginui felt the loss of Papa's warmth as light crept into the space between them. The parents cried out in sorrow as their embrace was broken. They did not want to part. But Tane continued until there was a vast distance between sky and earth. Suddenly, into that space rushed the first dawn. After ages of darkness, there was now the radiance of light. This new world, born from separation, was called Te Ao Marama, the world of light. For the very first time, the children of Rangi and Papa could see. They marvelled at the sight. Above them, their father sky arched high, clothed in blue and clouds, and below them, their mother earth lay rich and green, with forests, Tane's own domain, covering her, and oceans in the hollows of her form, home to Tangaroa's realm. The sun's rays touched all things, awakening colours and life. The children rejoiced, stretching their arms and exploring their new freedom. They set to work, embellishing their Mother Earth with more plants and trees, populating the seas with fish, and filling the sky with birds. All the while, guided by Tane, the creator of forests, who adorned Papa with a magnificent cloak of foliage. However, not all was peaceful after this grand separation. Tauhira Matea, the god of winds and storms, who had opposed his brother's plan, was furious and heartbroken. He could not bear to hear his parents sobbing and see them parted. In his anger and sadness, Tauhira Matea flew up to join his father in the sky and vowed to lash out at his brothers and their works. Even to this day, when storms rage and winds howl, the Maori say it is Tauhira Matea's anger roaring across the land as he continues to battle those who separated Rangi and Papa. But after his tempests, calm always returns. The wind softens, the skies clear, and peace falls again upon the world of light. Meanwhile, Rangi and Papa's sorrow was deep. They longed for each other endlessly. Ranginui, the sky, missed the touch of his dear Earth Mother, and he wept. His tears fell as rain upon her, the sky's grief blessing the land. Papatuanuku, lying separated from her sky, would sometimes sigh, and her breath rose as mist in the morning, reaching toward Ranginui. The children loved their parents and felt remorse that there was no other way. To comfort their mother Papa, some legends say they turned her face downward so she would not see Rangi's tears and be pained by them. In other tellings, the plants and trees, Tane's children, that now cover her are like a warm blanket to adorn and console her. As for Rangi, the children adorned him too. Tane took shimmering stars and set them across his chest as a cloak of lights, so that at night, when darkness falls again, he would have the comfort of glimmering beauty and the knowledge that his children are near. In the world of light that came from Rangi and Papa's separation, life flourished. Each of the children took up their roles. Tane cared for the forests and birds, filling the woods with song and the sky with flight. Tangaroa ruled the seas, where fish and marine life swam in the currents and waves. Rongomatane and Haumia Tikatika ensured that crops and wild plants grew in abundance, providing food for all living beings. Tumatawenga became the patron of humankind and war, teaching people how to survive and navigate conflicts, while also reminding them of their duties to honour the gods and the earth. And Tauhira Matea, though apart in the sky, governed the winds and weather, sometimes sending gentle breezes as a sign of forgiveness, other times fierce storms as a reminder of his enduring anguish. Together, these children of earth and sky filled the world with their influence, making it bountiful and vibrant. They never forgot that their bright world came at the cost of their parents' closeness, and so they held their mother and father in reverence. The Maori, in turn, remember that they too are children of Rangi and Papa. When they feel the rain or see the morning mist, they know these are tokens of love between sky and earth. They treat the land as their mother and the sky as their father, with great respect and affection. As we leave the land of the long white cloud, Aotearoa, the loving whispers of Sky Father and Earth Mother still echo softly in the breeze and the dew. We depart this tale with a sense of both the sweetness and sorrow that accompanied the dawn of light. Our final journey in this part of the cosmic myths takes us to the people of the Haudenosaunee, Iroquois, in the woodlands of North America. There, we find a story of a woman who fell from the sky, and how a new world was formed on the back of a great turtle. Let us gently travel now, carried by a soft wind, perhaps sent by Tawirimatea, to a time when the earth was covered in water, and only the water animals awaited the arrival of Sky Woman. Long, long ago, according to the Iroquois people of North America, our world did not yet exist as it does now. Instead, there was only water stretching as far as the eye could see. There were no continents or islands, just a vast and endless ocean. In this water world lived aquatic creatures of all kinds, fish swimming in schools, waterfowl gliding on the surface, and deep below, turtles, beavers, and others making their homes. High above this watery expanse, however, was another realm, a sky world, where beings lived in a way similar to humans, with villages and a great tree at the centre, a tree of light that glowed with a gentle luminance. In that sky world, there was a young woman, whom we now call Sky Woman. One day, whether by curiosity or destiny, Sky Woman drew near to the great tree of light, which some say was not to be approached lightly. In some versions of the story, the tree was uprooted, or a hole was opened among its roots, creating an opening in the floor of the sky. Sky Woman leaned to look through this opening, peering down at the mysterious waters far below. At that moment, the ground on which she stood gave way, and Sky Woman fell through the hole in the sky. Down and down she fell, leaving behind the only home she had ever known, and plunging toward the unknown expanse of ocean below. As she fell, she managed to grasp a small handful of seeds and plants from the sky world, gifts that would soon become important. The beings of the sky world watched in concern as she disappeared beneath the clouds. Far below, some birds flying over the endless sea noticed something, or rather someone, falling. They saw Sky Woman descending like a small, bright spirit from the sky. The birds, often said to be geese or swans, flew together, wingtip to wingtip, creating a great feathery raft in the air. Sky Woman landed gently on their interlocked wings, saved from what would have been a perilous plunge into the ocean. The birds, however, could not hold her forever, and they needed a more permanent solution. The great sea turtle heard the calls of the birds and understood what was needed. He rose up to the surface of the water and said, "Here, upon my back, you can place her." The birds carefully set Sky Woman onto the turtle's shell. There she sat, safe and above the water, but still without solid land to live on, and the turtle floated patiently beneath her like a living island. Knowing that Sky Woman needed land, the animals convened a council in the water around Turtle. They decided to send one among them to dive to the bottom of the sea and fetch soil from the depths, which could be placed on Turtle's back to grow into land. The strong beaver volunteered first. He was a mighty swimmer and builder. Beaver dove into the waves and was gone for a long while. All the creatures waited, but when Beaver finally resurfaced, he was gasping for air and had to admit he could not reach the bottom. Next came Loon, whose diving skills in the lakes were well known. Loon took a deep breath and vanished into the cold, dark waters. He stayed under even longer than Beaver, but in time, he too burst back up, shaking his head. He had found no success. One after another, brave animals tried. Otter, then sturgeon, then even a small duck. But the depth seemed beyond reach for them all, and they began to despair that Sky Woman might never have solid ground. Then little Muskrat came forward. Muskrat was small and not as powerful or swift as the others, and some thought she could not succeed where bigger beasts had failed. But Muskrat was determined. She quietly vowed to herself that she would bring back some earth, or die trying. Taking a deep breath, she slipped into the water and swam down, down, down. The water grew darker, and the pressure grew heavy. Muskrat's lungs burned, yet she kept going, driven by the thought of helping Sky Woman. Finally, her paws touched something, the ocean floor. She grasped a small handful of the soft mud and turned to ascend. The way up was long, and her breath was almost gone. With one final push, she neared the surface, but her strength gave out at that very moment. A stillness fell as Muskrat's little body floated upward. The other animals quickly pulled her onto Turtle's shell. It seemed the brave little creature had given her life in vain. But then one of them gently opened her clenched paw. There, to everyone's amazement and joy, lay a few grains of sand and bits of mud. Muskrat had succeeded, even at the cost of her own life. She had reached the bottom and brought up the earth. Sky Woman took the precious mud and spread it across Turtle's shell. To honor Muskrat's sacrifice, she began to sing a soft song and gently dance in a circle on Turtle's back, as she had been taught in the Sky World. With each step she took, the tiny patch of mud grew. It spread outward and outward, expanding miraculously with her graceful dance. Turtle's shell grew larger and wider to support it. Soon the mud had grown into an island, and still it kept expanding. Dry land formed where there had been none, an entire country resting on Turtle's back. In this way, with the help of the water creatures, Sky Woman created the earth upon the turtle. This newly formed land is often called Turtle Island by the Haudenosaunee and many other indigenous peoples, in honor of the great turtle who supported it. Sky Woman now had a place to stand and live. And she did not come empty-handed to this new world. Those seeds and plants from the Sky World that she had managed to hold on to were ready to be planted. Sky Woman carefully sowed the seeds across the fresh earth. She planted corn, beans, and squash, the nourishing three sisters, and tobacco for prayer, and many other fruits and herbs. Green life spread over the surface of Turtle Island. Grasses and flowers sprouted, trees took root and lifted their leaves toward the sunlight, and the scent of blossoms and fresh earth filled the air. The once barren land became as beautiful and lush as the Sky World she had fallen from, full of the sounds of wind in the leaves and birds singing in the branches. In time, Sky Woman gave birth to a daughter. The girl grew up on this green earth, taught by her mother to live in harmony with the plants and animals, to dance and give thanks for the life around them. When the daughter had grown into a young woman, she met a mysterious being from the west wind who became her husband. Soon, the daughter of Sky Woman was expecting twins. The twins within her womb were full of energy and spirit, and even before birth, they were in conflict. The time came for them to be born. The first twin, the right-handed twin, sometimes called Sapling or Good Mind, was born in the usual way and brought joy to his mother and grandmother. The second twin, however, was willful and impatient. Impulsively, he chose to force his way out through his mother's side, an act which brought about his mother's death as he entered the world. Thus, Sky Woman's beloved daughter lost her life, giving birth to these twin boys. Sky Woman mourned deeply for her daughter. From the place where the daughter was laid to rest, new life grew. Among the plants that sprang forth were sacred tobacco and fragrant sage, gifts that would help people connect with the Creator and remember Sky Woman's daughter. Sky Woman, nonetheless, cherished her two grandsons and raised them with care. The boys grew quickly, and each displayed his own nature. The right-handed twin was gentle, honest, and creative. He found joy in making things and imagined a world filled with light and harmony. The left-handed twin, on the other hand, was restless, proud, and mischievous. He was always testing limits and finding his own way to do things. As the twins grew, it became clear they possessed the power to shape the world around them, a gift inherited from their Sky World lineage. Together, though not without rivalry, they set out to complete the work of creation, filling the earth with all the remaining things it needed. The right-handed twin created things that were beautiful and useful. Where his grandmother had planted fruit trees, he added more. He made berries sweet and plentiful on the bushes, and taught humans which plants would nourish them. He formed gentle creatures like the deer to roam the forests peacefully, and birds to enliven the skies with song. He shaped rivers to flow smoothly, full of fish that were easy to catch for food. He made the sun to rise and travel across the sky each day, bringing warmth and light. The left-handed twin, however, insisted that the world needed balance and challenges. So he gave some berries a sour or poisonous look-alike to teach caution. He created the cougar and the wolf to keep the deer alert and population in check. If his brother made a beautiful songbird, he would introduce a hawk to soar above, sometimes preying on the smaller bird. He twisted some rivers into rapid, tumbling torrents, making them harder to navigate, but also more exciting and carving deep ravines in the land. When the right-handed twin made flowers without thorns, the left-handed twin added thorns to roses and made briar patches for creatures to navigate. And for the bright day his brother shaped, the left-handed twin hung the moon in the night sky and scattered stars around it, ensuring that darkness too had its gentle light and its time of rest. For every creation of the right-handed twin, the left-handed twin brought a counter-creation or modification, not to ruin it, but to maintain a balance and to make the world complete. The right-handed twin might sigh at his brother's interference at times, but even he could see that the world was richer and more interesting for the mix. There were predators and prey, sweet fruits and bitter ones, safe paths and perilous ones. And in this balance, the world found its rhythm. In the end, the twins surveyed all they had made. The earth was full of mountains and valleys, rivers and forests, filled with animals that grazed or prowled, and birds that greeted the sunrise or hunted by night. It was a complex world, neither twin wholly triumphing over the other's vision. They agreed that their work was good. Yet, their quarrel was not entirely over. In some versions of the story, the twins eventually faced each other in a final contest for dominance. The right-handed twin won and banished his brother to live below the earth or in the far west, ruling the night, while he himself ruled the day. In other tellings, the twins simply agreed to divide the realms of day and night between them. Either way, the world remained a blend of their influences. With the world filled with animals and the duties of day and night divided, Sky Woman's task was essentially fulfilled. Some say that having seen her grandson's complete creation, Sky Woman returned to the sky world, and now she is sometimes seen as the face in the full moon, watching over her earthly children. Others say she remained as the earth itself, and that we live on her body just as the plants do. Whatever her fate, her legacy lives on in all the living things and in the very ground of Turtle Island. The Iroquois people remember her, and they honor the animals who helped her in their stories and ceremonies, giving thanks for the world on Turtle's back. As our storytelling voice grows soft now, we realize we have journeyed through many beginnings. Each myth we visited was like a gentle dream from a different corner of the world, yet all share a sense of wonder and reverence for creation. We began in darkness and traveled through the birth of light and land. It's as if all these tales, though different in detail, are part of one great lullaby about how the world came to be. Now we find ourselves at a resting point. The night is quiet, and the stars above, whether they be sparks from Muspelheim's fire, jewels placed by Tane, or the glow of the sky world's tree, all shine kindly down. We let these images settle in our minds. There is no rush. The tales have all the time in the world. More myths and legends await us beyond the horizon. But for now, we simply float in the comfort of the stories we have heard, as if carried by calm waters through the darkness. In this peaceful pause, we remember that in every culture, the beginning of the world was an act of love, courage, and imagination, a whispered mystery passed down through the ages. And so, we drift into sleep, cradled by the myths of our ancestors, with the comforting knowledge that dawn always follows the deepest night, and creation follows even the darkest void. Sleep now, gently, until it is time to dream again of ancient cosmic myths and legends. In the early days of heaven and earth, there was once a profound darkness that fell over the world. The sun goddess, Amaterasu, had withdrawn herself from the sky, hiding her radiance away in a secret cavern. For a long, tense moment, the world lay in shadow. The life-giving light and warmth that once bathed the land had vanished. In endless night, frost crept over green fields, and people huddled in their homes, whispering prayers for dawn's return. All the creatures of the earth grew quiet and fearful, for without the sun's gentle glow, even the bravest hearts felt unease. Amaterasu had not vanished without cause. She was the revered deity of the sun, beloved for her benevolence and light, but her heart had been deeply hurt. Her brother, Susanoo, the storm god of the seas and wild winds, had flown into a violent rage. In his fury, Susanoo rampaged through Amaterasu's beautiful celestial gardens and sacred halls. He howled like a tempest, uprooting trees and smashing rice fields, tearing through everything in his path. The delicate looms in Amaterasu's weaving room were shattered, and the peace of her heavenly realm was broken. So great was the chaos that one of her handmaidens was injured amid the destruction. Grief and anger filled Amaterasu's heart at her brother's reckless behavior. Overcome with sorrow and disgust, she decided to seclude herself. She retreated into a hidden rock cave known as Amano Iwato, the heavenly rock grotto, sealing its entrance behind her with a massive stone. Inside that cavern, Amaterasu sat in darkness, withdrawn from the world, her luminous presence cloaked. Outside, the sun disappeared from the sky. Day turned to dusk, and dusk soon yielded to a starless midnight. A chill spread across the land. Crops began to wither without sunlight, rivers slowed in the cold, and a long night seemed poised to last forever. As days passed without sunrise, panic and despair fell upon gods and humans alike. The other gods, who dwelt in the lofty plane of heaven, grew alarmed. Without Amaterasu's light, nothing could thrive. The balance of heaven and earth was in peril. In the dim gloom, they gathered near the mouth of the cave, their faces lit only by the faint glow of torches and lanterns they carried. The air was cold and still, and the silence of Amaterasu's absence weighed heavily on all. They knew they must find a way to coax their beloved sun goddess out, or the world would remain in eternal night. Outside the sealed cavern, the assembled deities held council beneath an ancient sakaki tree, whose evergreen leaves rustled quietly in the dark. By flickering torchlight, their expressions were grave, yet determined. One by one, each deity offered a suggestion on how to lure Amaterasu from her refuge. They spoke in hushed, gentle tones, careful not to anger or frighten her further. One god proposed gifts to appease her. Another thought to offer prayers and apologies on Susanoo-O's behalf. Yet another suggested forcing the cave open, but this idea was quickly rejected, for no one wished to risk driving Amaterasu even deeper into despair. Finally, one of the clever goddesses stepped forward with a different idea. This was Ame no Uzume, the deity of dawn and mirth, known for her merry spirit and creativity. In the eerie stillness outside the cave, Uzume suddenly began to dance. It was an unexpected sight in such darkness. Uzume overturned a wooden tub to use as a platform and started to stomp upon it in a wild yet graceful rhythm. She sang and whirled, her sleeves flapping as she moved. The other gods watched in astonishment as Uzume's dance grew more exuberant and playful. She laughed aloud, a sweet, ringing sound in the silence. The bells on her costume jangled, and she tapped out a lively beat that echoed against the stone of Amaterasu's sealed grotto. The gods caught on to Uzume's intent and began to smile, then chuckle, then roar with laughter at her joyous performance. Some clapped along in time, encouraging her. Uzume spun and capered with such abandon that the gathered deities couldn't help but be amused. Her laughter was infectious. It rippled through the crowd of gods. Soon, what had been a grim council transformed into a celebratory revelry. The sound of music and mirth pierced the sorrowful quiet of the world's long night. Deep inside her cave, Amaterasu heard something unexpected, the unmistakable sound of merriment ringing through the dark. She paused, curious. After days of silent loneliness, this sudden eruption of laughter and dancing outside startled her. How could there be joy in a world without the sun, she wondered. What could the other gods possibly find so amusing in the midst of this gloom? As the laughter grew louder, Amaterasu's curiosity swelled. At last, unable to restrain herself, the sun goddess carefully moved the boulder, blocking the cave just a crack. Through the narrow opening she peered out, hoping to glimpse what was happening. Outside, Uzume had just finished her lively dance and struck a comical pose, breathing heavily but grinning from ear to ear. The gods were applauding and cheering her delightful antics. Amaterasu, peeking from the shadows, was astonished by the scene, an assembly of gods smiling and celebrating together, even in the chilly darkness. Then Amaterasu noticed something glinting just beside the cave entrance. The clever deities had hung a large bronze mirror on the branches of the sakaki tree, positioning it right before the mouth of the grotto. As Amaterasu edged forward, a ray of her own light, faint and hesitant, fell upon that polished surface. In an instant, the mirror gleamed, reflecting a vision so radiant that Amaterasu was transfixed. For the first time in days, she was seeing light, her own brilliant light, pouring forth again. Startled, Amaterasu gazed at the glowing figure in the mirror and realized she was looking at her own reflection. In the dancing illumination, her face appeared flushed with the golden warmth of the sun itself. She hardly recognized herself after days of hiding in darkness. Overcome by wonder, the sun goddess inched out of the cave, reaching toward the shining mirror, eager to behold more clearly this beautiful light. In that crucial moment, the watching gods seized their chance. A mighty deity known for his strength, Ameno Tajikarau, lunged forward. With firm but gentle force, he took Amaterasu's hand and helped pull her fully out of the cave. Another god swiftly moved behind her and rolled the huge stone door back into place, closing off the cavern so that Amaterasu could not slip away again. Suddenly, Amaterasu stood once more under the open sky. Unshielded by the cave, her brilliance burst forth in all directions. Golden light flooded out of her and filled the heavens. The darkness that had blanketed the world melted away instantly. The frosty air began to warm. Morning mist rose from the ground as snow and ice receded. Birds, which had been silent in mourning, broke into jubilant song at the return of dawn. Flowers that had closed in endless night now unfolded their bright petals to drink in the sunlight. All of nature seemed to awaken with a sigh of relief and joy. A great cheer arose from the gathering of gods and from all the spirits of the earth. Amaterasu had returned. The sun goddess blinked in surprise at the sudden chorus of celebration. Looking around, she saw the relieved smiles of the other deities and realized how deeply she had been missed. Though she had sought solitude out of grief, her heart was moved to see how her light uplifted everyone around her. In the warmth of the renewed day, Ame no Uzume stepped forward, still catching her breath from the dance, and offered Amaterasu a respectful bow and a friendly smile. Uzume's eyes sparkled with kindness. She made a gentle jest that the dance had only been possible thanks to Amaterasu's own radiant spirit inspiring it. Amaterasu, realizing the lengths her fellow gods had gone to make her smile, felt gratitude well up within her. A faint laugh escaped the sun goddess's lips, perhaps her first genuine laughter since Susanoo-O's cruel rampage. Any lingering anger in Amaterasu's heart began to soften. As for Susanoo-O, the storm god, whose wild temper had caused all this trouble, he too was chastened by the outcome. Some say Susanoo-O was punished by the other gods and sent away from heaven for a time, so he might learn humility and restraint. But in this gentle moment, it was enough that balance had been restored. The reunion of light and life was the most important thing. Amaterasu's forgiveness of her brother's folly would come later, after the joyous relief of the sun's return had spread across heaven and earth. Bathed in the soft glow of the morning sun once more, the gods rejoiced and praised Amaterasu. They presented her with the mirror that had caught her reflection, calling it the Yata no Kagami, a treasure to remind her of her own divine brilliance. They adorned her with strands of gleaming Magatama jewels they had prepared as an offering. These gifts were tokens of their love and respect, meant to assure Amaterasu that she was cherished and needed by all. Amaterasu accepted these presents with a humble nod. She understood now that her place was in the sky, shining for the world. However sorrowful or angry she might become, her duty and joy were to let her light bless creation. Surrounded by the warmth of companionship and laughter, the sun goddess felt her sadness lift. She promised never again to abandon the world so completely, no matter what hardships might come. In turn, the other gods vowed to remember her feelings and support her, so that such a tragedy of unending night would not befall the world again. Thus, light was restored to the earth. Dawn's golden fingers stretched once more over the horizon, gently caressing the fields and mountains that had longed for the sun. Humans and animals alike slowly emerged from their shelters to feel the sunlight on their faces, closing their eyes in silent appreciation of its gentle heat. They gave thanks in their hearts for the miracle of the returning day. In time, stories of this wondrous event spread through the lands. People told and retold the tale of how laughter had lured the sun from her hidden cave. Around warm hearth fires at night, families would recount how even the great and radiant Amaterasu once fell into despair, and how the camaraderie and cleverness of the gods brought hope back. The lesson was softly spoken. Even in the darkest times, a spark of joy, a shared laugh, a kind gesture can chase the darkness away. And so, each sunrise became more deeply cherished. Farmers in Japan would look to the morning sky and remember Amaterasu's gentle promise, feeling that each new dawn was her blessing upon them. The sunlight seemed just a touch warmer, the daylight more benevolent, now that they knew the sun goddess had returned with an open heart. Whenever early morning light broke through after a storm or a long winter's night, it was as if Amaterasu herself were smiling once again upon the world. In this way, the tale of the sun restored carried a message of comfort and renewal through generations. It reminded everyone that gloom and solitude do not last forever, and that with a little patience, ingenuity, and warmth, even divine warmth, light and joy will always return. The world, once plunged in darkness, was bright again. Beneath the clear blue sky, all living things could breathe easy and hopeful in the radiance of a new day. As the day's golden radiance yields to a quiet night, the moon rises, serene and glowing, to watch over the sleeping world. Under this gentle lunar light, another ancient story unfolds. One born not in Japan, but in the faraway lands of China. In that distant realm, people gaze up at the silvery moon and remember the legend of a beautiful maiden who lives there, a goddess whose fate was bound to the moon itself. Long ago, when the earth was young and brimming with magic, there came a time of great trial under the heavens. It is said that in those days, not one but 10 suns rose in the sky. 10 brilliant orbs of fire blazed overhead, scorching the earth with relentless heat. Crops withered under the combined glare of the 10 suns, rivers and lakes dried to cracked mud, and people and animals alike suffered, desperate for relief. Day after day, the merciless brightness continued, as if the sky itself had lost its balance. Amid this crisis lived a heroic archer named Ho Yi. Ho Yi was renowned throughout the land for his unmatched skill with the bow and arrow, and for his courage. Seeing the world on the brink of burning up, Ho Yi resolved to act. With a determined heart, he climbed to the top of the highest mountain, bow in hand, and took aim at the blazing sky. One by one, he drew his bowstring taut and released 9 arrows, each arrow flying straight and true toward a sun. Each arrow struck a sun with a thunderclap, and one by one, 9 of the 10 suns were extinguished or knocked from the sky. They fell in showers of sparks, disappearing beyond the horizon. At last, only one sun remained aloft, enough to warm the earth and guide the days, but not to burn it. The world, saved from drought and destruction, heaved a sigh of relief. The skies returned to their tranquil blue by day and gentle darkness by night. Hao Yi had become the saviour of all living things. People who had cowered under the 10 suns now emerged from shadows and caves, rejoicing in the return of balance. They praised Hou Yi as a true hero, and he humbly accepted their gratitude, caring more that the land was restored than for any personal glory. Among those rejoicing was Hou Yi's beloved wife, Chang'e. Chang'e was known far and wide for her grace and kind heart, as well as her ethereal beauty. She and Hou Yi were devoted to one another, a couple bound by deep love and mutual respect. After Hou Yi's great feat, the two hoped they could live peacefully, tending to their home and enjoying the blessings of a world with just one sun in the sky. Hou Yi's deed, however, had drawn the attention of the heavens. The Jade Emperor, ruler of the celestial realm, and other divine beings, took notice of the mortal archer who felled 9 suns. Impressed by Hou Yi's skill and the service he had done for humankind, they decided to reward him. According to one version of the tale, the Queen Mother of the West, a great celestial goddess, presented Hou Yi with a gift, a small vial containing the elixir of immortality. This precious potion had the power to elevate a mortal to eternal life as a deity, free from the bonds of earth. Hou Yi accepted the elixir with gratitude, but also with a heavy heart. The elixir was a blessing, yet it came with a cruel limit. There was only enough for one person. Hou Yi was an honourable and loving man. The thought of drinking it without Chang'e troubled him deeply. He could not imagine living forever if it meant spending eternity without his dear wife by his side. And so, Hou Yi decided not to use the elixir immediately. Instead, he brought the potion home and entrusted it to Chang'e for safekeeping. He told her gently that they would find a solution or the right time, but until then, neither of them would drink the potion. Chang'e understood and agreed. Their love was worth more to them than immortality, if it had to be lived alone. She hid the jade vial, containing the elixir, in a safe and secret place within their home. For a time, Hou Yi and Chang'e continued their lives happily. Hou Yi became a teacher of archery, and many young warriors sought to train under the famous hero. Chang'e tended their household and garden and was beloved by neighbours for her kindness. They lived in a modest home, enjoying the peace that Hou Yi's bravery had earned for the world. Yet, as often happens even in the most peaceful of villages, envy began to stir in the heart of someone nearby. Hou Yi had a student named Pang Meng, who was ambitious and selfish. Pang Meng greatly admired his master's prowess, but he also resented that Hou Yi possessed something as precious as the promise of immortality. In secret, Pang Meng coveted the elixir for himself. He dreamed of drinking it and gaining eternal life and power. One fateful day, when Hou Yi and his men were out hunting and far from the village, Pang Meng saw his chance. He sneaked into Hou Yi's home, determined to steal the elixir of immortality. However, Chang'e was at home and discovered Pang Meng skulking about. Realizing his intentions, Chang'e confronted him. Pang Meng, desperate and cornered, threatened her and demanded she hand over the elixir. Chang'e's heart pounded. She knew she was not a warrior like her husband, and Pang Meng had a sword. If he obtained the elixir, A wicked person would gain eternal life, and no one would be safe. In that critical moment, Chang'e made a fateful decision. She rushed to the hiding place and retrieved the delicate vial that shimmered with otherworldly light. To keep it out of Pang Meng's hands, Chang'e swiftly uncorked the bottle and drank the elixir herself. The potion was cool and sweet as it flowed down her throat. At once, a strange calm and lightness came over her body. Chang'e felt the elixir's magic taking effect, filling her limbs with a gentle tingling and lifting her off the ground. Pang Meng lunged toward her, but it was too late. Chang'e felt her feet leaving the earth as if a soft, strong wind had caught her up. Glowing with a faint inner light, Chang'e began to rise into the air. She drifted upward, passing through the ceiling of the house as though she were as light as a feather. Pang Meng could only stare in astonishment and frustration as the woman he'd tried to threaten floated beyond his reach, protected now by the power of the elixir. Higher and higher, Chang'e ascended, borne on the air toward the heavens. She looked down, and already the village was growing small beneath her. By the time Hao Yi returned home later that day, Pang Meng had fled in fear of his master's wrath. Hao Yi found the house strangely quiet and sensed something amiss. Chang'e was nowhere to be found. He searched anxiously from room to room, calling her name into the silent air. At last a neighbour, eyes wide with wonder and worry, approached Hao Yi and told him what they had seen. Chang'e, radiant and sorrowful, rising into the sky, her form growing smaller until she disappeared toward the moon. Hao Yi could scarcely believe it. Heartbroken and alarmed, he ran outside and cast his gaze upward. The sun had already set, and night was falling over the land. Above, the moon was glowing bright and full, more luminous than ever, as if a new presence resided there. Hao Yi blinked, tears brimming in his eyes, and through the blur, he thought he saw the silhouette of a figure on the moon, a delicate shape he recognized at once. It was Chang'e. She had indeed ascended to the moon and was now a goddess of the celestial realm. Chang'e herself, upon reaching the moon, found it both beautiful and lonely. The moon was a cool, pearl-white orb hanging in the vast darkness of the sky. There were no gardens or bustling villages there, only silent craters and expanses of pale dust. As she alighted on the moon's surface, Chang'e realized she had become light and immortal, no longer a mortal woman, but a luminous spirit. Yet immortality came at the price of separation from the man she loved and the life she had known. Looking back toward the earth, which shone blue and gentle far below, Chang'e felt both sorrow and hope. She had saved the elixir from falling into the wrong hands, but now she herself was bound to the lonely moon, living apart from Hou Yi. Legends say that Chang'e did not remain entirely alone in her new home. The heavens took pity on her and sent her a companion in the form of a small white jade rabbit. One quiet night, as Chang'e wept softly with longing for her husband, she heard a soft thump on the moon's powdery ground. Hopping toward her was a rabbit as luminous as jade, with gentle, bright eyes. This magical hare, known as the jade rabbit, could mix divine herbs and was a kind, comforting presence. Chang'e was soothed by the creature's company. From then on, the jade rabbit became her companion on the moon. It is said that even now, the rabbit can be seen as a shape on the moon's surface, forever pounding herbs with a mortar and pestle, perhaps working to concoct an elixir to reunite Chang'e with her love. Down on earth, Hou Yi mourned the loss of his wife deeply. He understood why Chang'e had done what she did, and his heart ached with both love and regret. Each night he gazed at the moon, hoping to catch a glimpse of her. One evening, the moon rose particularly full and bright, its shining face larger than ever in the sky. Hou Yi prepared an altar in his garden with Chang'e's favorite foods and sweet pastries. By the light of dozens of paper lanterns, he laid out mooncakes and cups of tea, along with fresh fruits and rice wine, delicacies that Chang'e had loved. He hoped that somehow his offerings would reach her, or at least show her that he was thinking of her. As Hou Yi knelt and prayed, the glow of the moon seemed to grow even stronger, illuminating his upturned face. Far above, Chang'e noticed the tiny specks of light from Hou Yi's lanterns and sensed the love and longing behind his ritual. It is said that Chang'e was moved to tears by this gesture, tears of both joy and yearning. She wished she could comfort Hou Yi and tell him that she was safe and that she loved him still. The story of Chang'e and Hou Yi does not end with them forever separated. The immortals of the celestial palace, moved by the depth of the couple's love, decreed that once each year, on the night of the brightest full moon of autumn, Chang'e would be allowed to visit Hou Yi. For that single night, the two could be together again. And so, it is told that on the 15th night of the 8th lunar month, when the harvest moon is fullest, Chang'e and Hou Yi reunite in spirit. Their love bridges the distance between earth and moon, and for that night, they are truly together once more. To this day, during the Mid-Autumn Festival in China, families gather under the full moon's light. They light lanterns, share mooncakes, and tell the story of Chang'e, the moon maiden, and Hou Yi, the archer. Children gaze up at the moon, hoping to spot the silhouette of the gentle lady and her rabbit companion. Under the calm, silvery glow, people are reminded of love, sacrifice, and reunion. They say that the moon's light on this night is especially tender and cool, as if Chang'e's devotion is shining down upon the world, and Hou Yi's love is rising up to meet her. In the quiet of these nights, if one listens with the heart, one might almost sense Chang'e's presence in the moonbeams, a silent, comforting guardian watching over those below. Her story carries a soft reassurance. Even when loved ones are far apart, their bond endures across time and distance. Just as the moon returns full and bright after darkness, so too does hope return. Love, like the gentle moonlight, reaches across any separation. The legend of Chang'e, the moon maiden, reminds all who hear it that love and light persist even in lonely places, and that no night is so endless it can extinguish the promise of reunion at the next dawn or the next full moon. The gentle story of Chang'e drifts away like a sigh on the night wind, and as we turn our gaze to the far north, the mood shifts to something slightly more haunting. Beneath the shimmering, aurora-laced skies of Scandinavia, the Norse people spoke in hushed voices of the fate of the sun and the moon. In their tale, night and day were born from an eternal chase, a relentless pursuit across the sky by two fearsome wolves. In the cold northern dawn, a golden chariot emerges from the horizon, carrying the sun in its embrace. The Norse imagined the sun as a radiant goddess named Sol, who guides her burning carriage through the heavens. She drives two mighty horses that gallop swiftly through the sky, their manes blazing with sunlight. But always, just behind her, runs a gigantic wolf with jaws agape. This wolf is Shul, whose name means mockery. Shol's sole desire is to catch the sun and devour her shining light. Likewise, at dusk, as twilight deepens and Sol's chariot descends, her brother Mani, the moon, rises into the sky in his own gentle chariot. Mani is the pale, glowing guardian of the night, guiding the moon along its path. Yet he too is pursued, chased by a second wolf, Shol's brother Hati, the hateful. Hati races through the darkness on the trail of the moon, his eyes glowing like embers and his teeth gleaming as he snaps at the wheels of the moon's wagon. Day after day, night after night, the chase continues without respite. The sun and the moon flee across the sky, and the wolves press on, never tiring. The Norse would watch the sun arcing through the short winter sky and know that Shol was right behind, racing through unseen paths of the air. And when night fell, they imagined Hati's dark shape against the star-strewn firmament, steadily gaining on the moon. Most days and nights, Sol and Mani kept just ahead of their pursuers, and the world remained in balance. The sun moved safely, bringing warmth and light, and the moon followed with its cool glow, watching over the sleeping earth. But there were times of dread when it seemed the chase caught up. The Norse feared and marvelled at these moments. A solar eclipse, when the day dimmed as if dusk had fallen suddenly, or a lunar eclipse, when the moon's white face turned coppery red and then dark. In those eerie instants, they believed that Shol or Hati had managed to seize their prey in powerful jaws, biting into the sun or the moon. During a solar eclipse, daylight would fade unnaturally, birds might fall silent, and an unsettling twilight overtook the land, even at noon. Imagine ancient villagers gazing upward in apprehension. "Has the wolf finally caught her?" they would whisper, clutching their cloaks. Some traditions say people would create a great clamour, shouting, ringing bells, or banging on pots and shields, trying to scare Shol away so he would release the sun. When, after a short while, the sun's light returned and day brightened once more, a great sigh of relief swept across the land. Shol had let go, and Sol was free to continue her course. During a lunar eclipse, the gentle moon might vanish or darken, as if something had swallowed it whole. At those times, too, the Norse imagined that Hati had caught up to Mani, gripping the moon in his teeth. But always, after a little while, the moon escaped again, and its soft light was restored. These cycles of near capture and release were part of the grand chase, ongoing but never fully resolved, at least not until the end of all things. For the Norse believed that this relentless pursuit would only truly conclude in the time of Ragnarok, the great twilight of the gods. Ragnarok would be a cataclysmic end to the current world, and among its many dire events was the fate of the sun and moon. It was prophesied that at Ragnarok, Shol would at last catch Sol, and Hati would catch Mani. In that final dusk, the wolves would devour their long-sought quarries, and darkness would swallow the world as the sky was robbed of its two bright lights. Yet even this grim prophecy was not without a note of renewal. Some legends say that Sol, the sun goddess, had a daughter, a bright maiden who would survive Ragnarok. After the world was reborn from the ruins, this daughter would take up her mother's place, guiding a new sun in the heavens for a new world. In this way, even the tale of Shol and Hati held a glimmer of hope beyond the darkness. the idea that light, though eclipsed for a time, would be reborn and continue to shine. The Norse who shared this tale did so with a mixture of awe and acceptance. They lived in a land of long winters and brief summers, where the sun could vanish for days in the polar night or shine all night long in the midnight sun of summer. In the darkest winters, when the sun only peered above the horizon for a brief moment before fleeing away, they could almost feel Shull's hot breath at Sol's heels, nipping at her as she hurried along. Conversely, in the height of summer, when daylight lingered and night barely fell, it was as if Sol had surged far ahead, leaving the wolf trailing behind, unable to snatch away those long days of light. The image of an endless chase spoke to the harsh and beautiful rhythms of their world. It reminded them that each day's light is precious, and each night's darkness is part of a grand design, full of mystery. Parents comforted their children with this story, assuring them that morning would always follow night, because so far, the wolves had never truly won. The sun still rose, triumphant, every day, and the moon still glided through the sky every night. The chase, though fearsome, was part of the natural order, and if a day ever came when an eclipse frightened the village, the people would band together, making noise and offering prayers until the light returned. In that way, the community felt united against the cosmic menace, hopeful that their voices and drums helped keep the wolves at bay. As we imagine those Norse nights, with families huddled around the hearth fire sharing this story beneath the dancing northern lights, we sense not only the mystery and danger of the chase, but also a deep trust in the cycles of nature. The tale of Shull and Hati is indeed dark and thrilling, but it too can lull one into a strange comfort. It tells us that even if darkness sometimes overtakes the sky, it is only temporary. The sun and moon find their way free, and the balance of light and dark continues. There is reassurance in knowing that beyond the reach of any hungry wolf or encroaching shadow, the sun still shines and the moon still glows. The cosmic chase goes on, and so does the promise of a new dawn after every night. Now our journey carries us to a different corner of the world, the wide open plains and ancient deserts of Africa. Under the same sky, the peoples there have their own cherished tales of the sun, moon, and stars. One such people, among the oldest cultures on earth, are the San, often called the Bushmen, of southern Africa. In their rich storytelling tradition, there is a gentle lesson about sharing and light, told through a myth of the sun and the moon. Long ago, according to the San, the world was not as bright and warm as it is today. In fact, the earth was cloaked in a dim, chilly twilight, both day and night. People walked about shivering and had to forage in near darkness. Back then, the sun was not high in the sky as we know it now. Instead, the sun lived on earth among the people, but he was a selfish, solitary being. They say the sun was an old man, cranky and aloof, who dwelt alone in his small hut. This old man had a special power. From under his arm, he emitted a strong light and comforting warmth. Tucked in the old man's armpit was a glowing ember of fire that shone like a lantern. But he kept this light all to himself. It illuminated only his own hut and the small area around it, leaving the rest of the land in darkness and cold. The selfish sun man would sit by his fire and warm himself, never thinking to share its glow or heat with others. Outside his hut, the rest of the people stumbled in gloom. They collected roots and insects for food. The San speak of gathering white termite larvae, which they call bushman rice. But without sunlight they could not easily find or prepare their meals. Nothing would dry in the perpetual dusk. Dampness and chill were everywhere. Still, the old Sun Man did not care. He was content in his warmth, while others shivered in the cold and huddled together for comfort. The people grew frustrated and weary of living without light. They whispered among themselves, wondering why the Sun Man should hoard that wonderful warmth just for himself. Mothers worried for their children, who could not play or grow strong under the faint light of a few stars and a pale moon. Something had to be done. Among these early people were a group of brave young men. In some tellings, they are a band of brothers. Their own mother, wise and caring, urged them to take action. She told them it was time to bring light to everyone, not just to the selfish old man. The youths gathered and agreed that they would somehow have to force the sun to share his light. Late one night, they approached the Sun Man's hut quietly. Perhaps he was dozing by his small fire, unaware of their plan. With a sudden burst of courage, the young men rushed into the hut and seized the old Sun Man. He awoke with a start and tried to fight them off, but he was old and alone, and they were united in purpose. They grabbed hold of him, being careful not to touch the blazing fire under his arm, and dragged him outside. The old man yelled and struggled, his anger crackling like sparks, but the youths did not relent. Before the Sun Man could wriggle free, the brothers heaved together and tossed him up into the air with all their might. The old man flew into the sky, and to his own surprise, he just kept going higher and higher until he was far above, looking down over the earth. There, in the vast dome of the heavens, the Sun Man's armpit fire blazed out unconfined. For the first time, brilliant warm light spread across the entire world. The people on the ground blinked in amazement as a golden glow touched them and the land around. Dawn had come at last. Under the first true sunrise, the grasses shimmered, waterholes glittered, and a gentle heat kissed their skin. They laughed and shielded their eyes at the brightness that was now flooding every corner where darkness had lingered. The old Sun Man, now stuck in the sky, could no longer keep his light to himself. His fire burned too widely and fiercely to be contained. At first, the Sun Man was furious. He had been perfectly content in his lonely hut, and now he found himself hurled into the open expanse of the sky. But as he hung there, suspended above, he began to see the larger world below him. He saw people emerging from caves and huts, smiling in the sunlight, children playing and dancing in the warmth, and elders lifting their faces to bask in the new heat. The world that had been dreary and colourless was coming alive with the green of plants and the blue of distant hills. Even the animals seemed to rejoice. Lizards crawled out to sun themselves on rocks, and birds sang thinking morning had finally broken. It dawned on the Sun Man, quite literally, that in sharing his light, he had not actually lost anything. His fire still burned bright. In fact, it burned even larger and stronger now that it was free in the sky. And he saw that he had gained something new, the gratitude of all living things, and the knowledge that he was helping life thrive rather than leaving it in darkness. The selfishness in his old heart began to melt away like frost under the rising sun. Meanwhile, the moon, who had already been quietly gliding through the night sky, observed all of this with a gentle smile. In the old tales, the moon was there from the start, but he glowed only faintly compared to the sun's brilliant flame. Now, with the sun shining by day, the moon could wax and wane at night, without needing to provide all the light alone. The sun took on the duty of warming the day, and the moon took on the duty of guiding the night, and both were better for it. From that day on, The sun travelled across the sky each day, following the path that the moon traced during the night. In the evenings, the sun would dip below the horizon to rest, and the moon would rise, sharing its cool, calm light with the world in turn. Neither kept all the light to themselves. They took turns, each giving what light they had to brighten the world for everyone below. The old sun man, it is said, even came to enjoy his journey across the sky, watching the people and creatures beneath him flourish. And at night, when he departed, the moon's softer glow would take over, allowing time for rest. The San elders end this tale by imparting its wisdom. The sun had to learn the importance of sharing, just as people must share food, water, and good fortune with each other. Selfishness leads to a cold, dark world, but generosity lights up everyone's life. In San culture, sharing and gift-giving are vital values. No one is to hoard while others have nothing. The story of how the sun was thrown into the sky is a vivid reminder of that principle. Around their campfires, under the twinkling stars, families would recount how once there was only darkness because of one being's greed, and how through cooperation and courage the light was spread to all. And so, ever since that first sunrise, the earth has been blessed with the steady rhythm of day and night. The sun's warm rays allow plants to grow and people to live in comfort, and the moon's gentle glow gives rest and guidance in the darkness. The San could look up at the bright daytime sky and know that it was their ancestors' determination and unity that placed the sun there for all to enjoy. And when they saw the moon at night, they remembered that the light of kindness is shared in turn, softly illuminating even the coldest, darkest times. In this African tale of the selfish sun and the sharing moon, listeners young and old are comforted by the idea that fairness and sharing won out over greed. The once cold world became warm and bright, teaching that with a caring heart and brave action, even the mightiest source of light can be made to shine for everyone. It's a lesson as soothing as the morning sun after a long, chilly night. True warmth comes when we all share in the light together. As night falls completely and the brilliant stars reveal themselves, our journey continues under a glittering sky. We travel eastward across the vast Indian Ocean, coming to rest beneath the southern stars of Australia. In the red deserts and bushlands, Aboriginal peoples have looked up at the same night sky for countless generations, finding their own guides and stories written in the patterns above. One of the most cherished of these is the tale of the Seven Sisters, a story so ancient and widespread that its echoes are found across cultures around the world. Under the velvety dark, by the glow of a small campfire, elders would point out a tight cluster of stars and share the dreamtime story of those seven sisters and the tireless hunter who chases them through the heavens. Long ago, in the dreaming, the time of the ancestral stories, there lived seven sisters who were as beautiful and free as the land itself. They were not ordinary human women, but sky beings. Yet in the beginning of their story, they walked upon the earth. Each sister had her own special talents and charms. One was gentle and nurturing. Another had a voice like a songbird. Others were skilled dancers or swift runners. Wherever the seven sisters went, they laughed, sang, and looked after one another. They moved as a harmonious group, never leaving any sister behind. One day, a hunter saw the sisters and was captivated by their grace. In some tellings, he was a skilled sky being himself. In others, a lonely man of the earth who lost his heart to their beauty. He set his mind on taking one of the sisters as his wife. This hunter, known by different names in different Aboriginal languages, was strong and determined. However, the sisters did not welcome his advances. Under their laws and their own wishes, he was not a suitable match for any of them. They also cherished their freedom and the joy of living together. So when the hunter tried to approach, the 7 sisters fled. Thus began a long and fateful pursuit. The sisters travelled across hills and plains, seeking to evade the lone hunter who followed persistently behind. At sunrise, they'd hide among the rocks or in scrubs, and when night fell, they would continue their escape under cover of darkness. But the hunter was clever and tireless. He tracked their footprints in the sand, followed broken twigs and the ash of old campfires. Day by day, he drew nearer. The sisters grew weary, but remained resolute that he would not separate or catch them. Along their journey, they helped each other, the older ones urging the younger when her legs grew tired, the sharp-eyed ones scouting the safest path ahead, while others kept watch behind. Their bond gave them courage, even as the hunter's silhouette crept closer with each passing day. Finally, the sisters reached a high mountain at the edge of the land. In some versions of the story, this was a sacred place, perhaps a towering red rock or a steep hill, marking the end of their earthly journey. The hunter was closing in. They could see his figure not far below, relentless in pursuit. With little time to spare, the eldest sister turned to the others and made a quick, profound decision. She knew that their destiny was not to be captured on earth. Instead, they would return to the sky, where no hunter could harm them. Gathering in a tight circle, the 7 sisters joined hands. They called upon their ancestral magic, the power they retained from the sky world. As the hunter scrambled up the rocks, arms outstretched to snatch at the nearest sister's heel, the 7 women suddenly leapt. In an instant, they were carried upward by a whirlwind, or perhaps by their own inner power. Accounts differ on whether a great spirit intervened, or their own determination gave them wings. The sisters rose into the air, escaping the hunter's grasp at the very last moment. When he reached the spot where they had stood, he found nothing but empty air, and perhaps the echo of distant laughter like wind chimes. The hunter, astonished and refusing to accept defeat, begged the sky to take him as well, so he could continue the chase. Through some twist of fate or mercy of the dreaming, he too was lifted into the heavens. There he took the form of a constellation of stars, what many know as Orion, the great hunter. The 7 sisters, close together, became the star cluster called the Pleiades. High above the earth, they remained forever out of his reach. And yet, the chase did not end. Night after night, the hunter's stars rise in the sky and follow the path of the 7 sisters, who dance just ahead of him across the cosmos. To the Aboriginal Australians, each clear night sky retells this story. The tight cluster of the 7 sisters can be seen glittering like a tiny swarm of fireflies above, always together, shining as a group. And a short distance behind, the 3 bright stars of the hunter's belt and his surrounding stars follow, as if in pursuit. But no matter how long he chases, he will never capture them. The sisters remain together and free, safe in their celestial home. It's often noted that while we call them 7 sisters, most people distinctly see only 6 stars with the naked eye. The 7th sister is there, but fainter than the rest. Aboriginal storytellers have gentle explanations for this. Some say the youngest sister was frightened and lags just a little behind, staying hidden most of the time behind her brighter older sisters. Others say the hunter actually managed to catch one sister for the briefest of moments during their leap into the sky. And though she escaped, her light was dimmed by the encounter. Thus, one star sister shines less brightly than the others, a reminder of their narrow escape and of that sister's bravery in the face of danger. On cool nights in the Australian bush, families sit by their fires and point out the seven sisters overhead, especially during seasons when the Pleiades are high in the sky. They recount how those sisters brought important lessons as well, teaching about perseverance, the strength of family unity, and the importance of respecting others' autonomy. The story also serves as a celestial guide. When the seven sisters rise or set at particular times of year, they signal seasonal changes, guiding people on when to forage for certain foods or when rains are coming. In this way, the myth blends gentle instruction for living with the thrill of a cosmic drama. For someone drifting to sleep under such a sky, the Seven Sisters story is like a comforting lullaby. One can almost hear the soft crackle of the fire and an elder's soothing voice weaving the tale. Above, the stars twinkle, and one pictures those sisters forever hand in hand, trailing laughter as they move, and the poor hunter always a step behind, never able to catch them. There is a sense of balance in that eternal chase, just like day and night, or the sun and moon taking turns. Here too is a pursuit without end, a story without a capture. The sisters remain a symbol of safety and togetherness. Their gentle light reminds those on the ground that by sticking together, one can overcome even the most persistent of trials, and that some pursuits, especially those that threaten freedom, are destined to fail. The hunter's presence in the sky reminds everyone that some desires must remain unfulfilled, especially when they conflict with the well-being of others. As the campfire burns low and the Milky Way arches overhead like a great river of light, the story of the seven sisters and the hunter assures those listening that the night sky is not an empty place. It is full of love, adventure, and age-old promise. In those stars lies the message that unity and courage can overcome even the most relentless chase. The sisters lived on through their transformation, shining their light for future generations to navigate by, both physically and spiritually. Knowing this, one can fall asleep, feeling the profound calm that comes from understanding how our ancestors found meaning and comfort in the very same stars that glitter above us today. Now, from the southern continent, we journey to yet another land and another time. We find ourselves in the highlands of ancient Mexico, amid the temples and pyramids of the Aztecs. Here, the stories of the cosmos carried deep significance in everyday life. The Aztec people called themselves the Mexica, and they saw the sun as the very heart of the world, a heart that had to be kept beating through devotion and sacrifice. In their mythology, our current world was not the first, but the fifth in a series of creations. 4 previous worlds, each with its own sun, had risen and fallen in distant ages. Each of the earlier eras had ended in catastrophe. The first sun was devoured by jaguars, the second swept away by mighty winds, the third burned up in a rain of fire, and the fourth drowned beneath flood waters. After each disaster, darkness had returned until a new sun could be born. Now it was the dawn of the 5th sun, and the story of how this new sun was brought forth is one of courage, sacrifice, and cosmic renewal. After the end of the fourth sun, darkness covered the earth. The gods convened in a sacred place called Teotihuacan, a grand cosmic gathering ground, to decide how to bring light back into the world. The air was still and cool as the gods assembled in the twilight, their faces grave. In the center of their assembly, they built a great bonfire. Orange flames licked at the sky, casting long shadows across the deities. The old and wise fire god, Huehueteotl, presided over the blaze, feeding it cedar wood and copal incense, urging it to burn ever brighter. It was decided that to create a new sun, one of the gods must sacrifice themselves by leaping into this roaring fire. Only an act of supreme selflessness could rekindle the sun and renew the world. The call went out for a volunteer, and among the gods, 2 came forward. The first was Tekuchistecatl, a powerful deity known as the Lord of Snails. Tekuchistecatl was wealthy, proud, and adorned with glittering ornaments, his cloak embroidered with gold and jade. He confidently offered to immolate himself to become the new sun, thinking himself worthy of such glory. The second volunteer was Nanahuatzin. In stark contrast to Tekuchistecatl, Nanahuatzin was humble, poor, and afflicted with sores on his skin. His name meant the pimpled or diseased one. He was not handsome or mighty by the standards of the gods, but he was devout, pure of heart, and willing to give everything he had. The gods accepted both volunteers, reasoning that if one faltered, the other might succeed. In preparation for the great sacrifice, both Tekuchistecatl and Nanahuatzin underwent days of purification and prayer. They built altars and made offerings to demonstrate their dedication. Tekuchistecatl, being rich, offered splendid gifts. He laid down vibrant quetzal feathers of emerald green, piles of glittering gold, and precious jade stones. He burned fine copal resin so that sweet-scented smoke swirled into the night air as his offering. Nanahuatzin, having little to give, offered what he could. He wove humble mats out of reeds, placed stalks of green grass, and set out maguey cactus thorns stained with his own blood. Night after night, Nanahuatzin pricked his skin with the agave thorns, letting his blood drip into the fire as a sign of his commitment. The other gods watched these preparations quietly. Some felt pity for Nanahuatzin's poverty, but also admiration for his resolve. At last, the night of the sacrifice arrived. The bonfire blazed with fierce heat, crackling and spitting sparks up to the stars. The assembled gods formed a wide circle around the flames. Tekuchistecatl and Nanahuatzin stood at the ready, each knowing that when the moment came, he must run and leap into the inferno, surrendering his life so that a new dawn could be born. Tekuchistecatl went first. He approached the raging fire. The heat was overwhelming, and the flames towered like hungry spirits. The proud god's courage failed him. Once, twice, 3 times he moved to cast himself in, but each time he shrank back, unable to withstand the searing force on his face. 4 times Tekuchistecatl tried and failed to leap, trembling with fear and shame. It was then that Nanahuatzin stepped forward. The humble god did not have the luxury of pride, only a steadfast wish to give light to the world. Closing his eyes in a silent prayer, Nanahuatzin flung himself into the fire without hesitation. The flames engulfed him at once. A gasp rose from the gathered deities as Nanahuatzin's small, pockmarked form disappeared into the roaring blaze. The fire sizzled and crackled intensely, shooting sparks high into the night. For a moment, all that could be heard was the thunder of the fire. Then, spurred by desperation, or by envy of the glory now destined for Nanahuatzin, Tekuchistacatl finally gathered his nerve. With a cry, he too leapt into the fire. The crowd of gods saw his form vanish into the flames as well. Now the sacrificial fire raged and glowed like a miniature sun itself. The heat was so intense that the other gods had to shield their faces and step back. They waited in awed silence to see what would happen. The sky above began to lighten from black to deep blue, and then to a pearly grey. Dawn was approaching, but still there was no sun in sight. The gods peered anxiously toward the eastern horizon, wondering if Nanahuatzin's sacrifice had been accepted by the cosmos. Then, as the first birds began to chirp in the cool morning air, a brilliant light burst forth in the east. The gods cried out in joy and relief. Nanahuatzin had risen from the ashes of the fire in a new radiant form. He had become the fifth sun. There he was, glowing and magnificent, climbing into the sky and spreading warm, golden light across the land. The long darkness of the night receded. Colour returned to the world. The greens of foliage, the reds of blooming flowers, the browns of fertile earth, all emerged vividly under the renewing sunlight. The gods rejoiced, for their gamble had paid off. A new day dawned, and with it, life would continue. However, their astonishment was not over. Soon another light appeared in the sky, just as bright as the first. To their surprise, Tekuchistacatl too had transformed, becoming a second sun that rose alongside Nanahuatzin. Two suns now climbed the heavens, each one blazing and casting twin shadows on the ground. The gods murmured uneasily. The world did not need two suns of equal strength. Their fierce dual light was blinding and scorching, too harsh for the earth to bear. Something had to be done to restore balance. Quickly, one of the gods, some say it was Quetzalcoatl, the kind and wise feathered serpent, took swift action. He grabbed a nearby rabbit, a creature of the earth that was soft and humble, and hurled it with divine strength into the sky toward Tekuchistacatl's face. The rabbit struck true. In an instant, the second sun's brilliant light was diminished. Tekuchistacatl's radiance waned until he no longer shone as a sun at all, but instead became the moon. The impression of the rabbit remained visible on the moon's pale face as grey markings, a reminder of what had happened. From that day forward, people gazing at the full moon could see the outline of a rabbit on its surface. It is the same rabbit that, with one selfless leap, ensured that our world would have one sun and one gentle moon. Even with the sun now shining and the moon gently glowing, there remained one final task. The new sun, Nanahuatzin, was motionless in the sky. In the excitement, he had halted at the zenith, blazing down but not moving along a path. If the sun stayed fixed overhead, one half of the world would know endless day and the other endless night. This would not do. The wind god, Ehecatl, understood what was needed. He summoned his power and began to blow with all his might. He sent a strong, sacred wind toward the sun, and little by little, Nanahuatzin felt himself pushed into motion. The sun began to journey across the sky, propelled by Ehecatl's breath. The moon too was set adrift on the wind, following a gentler path. With this, the cycle of day and night truly began anew. The sun would sail from east to west, disappear below the horizon to rest, and the moon would take its turn to watch over the night. And then they would trade places again, day after day. The fifth sun was now alight and alive, bringing life-giving warmth to the earth. The gods had succeeded, but their efforts also made clear that this sun, like the ones before, would require ongoing care. Its birth was an act of sacrifice, and so it would need nourishment in the form of further sacrifice. The Aztecs, knowing that the gods had given their own blood and lives to set the sky in order, believed it was their duty to sustain the sun with the essence of life. They called themselves the people of the sun, and in their great temples they offered gifts of blood and life in solemn ceremonies to feed the sun and keep it strong. To them, these rituals were a small repayment for the ultimate sacrifice the gods had made to ensure the world's survival. Every morning when the sun rose, the Aztec people felt gratitude, but also a heavy responsibility. They would stand at dawn and face the east, revering the sun's arrival, knowing that without its light and heat, their crops would fail and life would wither. Each sunrise was seen as a blessing earned by devotion. And each sunset was a reminder to honor the sun so that it would rise again. To reassure themselves that the sun would continue its journey, the Aztecs held a great new fire ceremony at the end of every 52-year cycle. During that time, they would extinguish every flame in their cities, leaving the world in deliberate darkness for a short while. Priests would then kindle a new fire atop a sacred mountain as the constellation of the Pleiades reached its zenith at midnight, a sign that the cosmos was still on track. When that new fire blazed, all the hearths of the Aztec world were relit from its flame, symbolizing the renewal of the sun for another cycle of years. In the Aztec tale of the fifth sun's sacrifice, there is a profound mixture of hope and obligation. It teaches that light and life are precious gifts bought with courage and selflessness. As listeners hear of Nanahuatzin's brave leap, they feel the warmth of his humble heroism. When they picture the rabbit on the moon, they are gently amused and comforted that even in a cosmic drama, a small, gentle creature plays a crucial role. And as they imagine the sun moving across the sky thanks to the breath of the wind, they sense the interconnectedness of all things, how fire, wind, animals, and gods all worked in harmony to set the world in order. Under the gentle flicker of a hearth fire at night, an elder might finish this story by reminding everyone that we live under the fifth sun still, and that we too have a role in keeping our world balanced. Though the Aztecs' practices of sacrifice are a thing of the past, the idea behind them, of gratitude and reciprocity with the forces of nature, remains timeless. The sun gives us life, and we in turn must live in a way that honors that gift. Hearing this ancient story, one can drift into sleep with a sense of reverence. Even the sun in the sky carries a story of sacrifice and love. And with that reverence comes comfort. The sun that rises tomorrow is born from a promise kept by the gods, and each new dawn is a gentle assurance that light and life will continue. The sun sinks low over the horizon, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson. In ancient Egypt, this gentle dusk does not mark the end of the sun's journey, but the beginning of a mysterious voyage. As darkness falls over the Nile and the warm light fades from the dunes, the great sun god Ra steps onto his sacred boat, preparing to navigate the unseen realms of night. Each evening, the sky goddess Nut arches overhead, her star-studded body swallowing the dying sun. Enveloped in her embrace, Ra passes from the world of the living into the Duat, the vast, secret underworld, leaving the cool glow of the moon above to watch over the sleeping land. In the hushed darkness, beneath the horizon, Ra's boat glides along an ethereal river. The waters here are not of the Nile. but of the cosmic current that flows through the underworld. The silence is deep, broken only by the soft dip of oars and the whisper of the night breeze that carries the prayers of the living. In the front of the boat, a tall figure stands guard. Sometimes it is said to be the god Seth, with his spear at the ready. Other times, Ma'at, the Lady of Truth, balancing a radiant lamp to light the way. Alongside Ra gather other loyal companions, deities of the stars and the hours of night, each guiding and protecting the solar bark as it ventures further into darkness. Ra himself is no longer the fierce midday sun. By night, he manifests as an aging deity, sometimes called Auf or Atum, who leans on his staff as an old man. Yet within his frail form glows the divine power of the sun's essence. The boat he rides is known as the Mesektet, the evening boat, its prow adorned with the figure of a ram or falcon, and its decks lined with lotus lanterns that cast a gentle glow on the darkened waves. The journey is long, divided into 12 secret regions, one for each hour of the night. In the first hour, the boat slips into a shadowy corridor. Pale shapes of departed souls line the banks, their forms illuminated by the glow from Ra's presence. These spirits had lived out their days under Ra's daylight, and now in death they behold his light once more, comforted as the divine boat passes by. A goddess of the hour stands at the prow, her name ancient and powerful, and she wards off any lurking dangers at the threshold of night. It is said that 6 flaming serpents once rose from the waters to bar the way, but the guardian goddess strikes them down with a mere glance. The bark moves onward, steady and resolute. In the second hour, the boat enters a realm of twilight, where dim blue light shimmers. Here dwell spirits who in life were blessed, and gentle gods of abundance. They hail Ra's arrival with soft songs. The air is cool and still. The goddess of this hour guides the boat carefully, her eyes wise and calm, watching for hidden currents beneath the surface. The deceased of this land gather at the banks, reaching out ethereal hands toward the light of Ra, as flowers might turn toward the sun. In response, Ra's presence warms them, granting peace to their hearts. As the third hour of night unfolds, the bark approaches the halls of judgment. This is the kingdom of Osiris, lord of the underworld, where the souls of the recently departed come to be weighed. The river narrows and the current slows, as if holding its breath in this solemn space. Tall palm trees made of starlight arch overhead, and the boat glides gently into a grand cavern. Here, a goddess known as She Who Slices Shadows leads Ra's vessel. In the glow of the solar bark, one can glimpse a great hall on the shore, where Anubis and Thoth weigh the hearts of the dead against the feather of truth. Those who were just in life are allowed to pass and join this peaceful realm. Those who were not vanish into the darkness beyond. Ra's light does not judge. The sun god merely illuminates the proceedings, an impartial witness to the fate of souls. In this hour, Ra's boat and the domain of Osiris overlap, and for a moment the gods of light and death acknowledge one another. Osiris himself, noble and calm, stands in the shadows with skin of fertile green. As Ra passes, Osiris inclines his head in respect, and Ra in turn glows a little brighter, a silent greeting between ancient powers. It is said that during the depths of night, Ra and Osiris speak as old friends, and in their brief union, Ra is renewed with the wisdom of death, even as Osiris is strengthened by the promise of rebirth. The journey continues. In the 4th and 5th hours, the boat must navigate narrow tunnels and cavernous chambers filled with mystery. At times, the river disappears into dry land, and the boat itself transforms. One goddess of the night unfurls her arms and changes the bark into a gigantic serpent that carries Ra safely through tunnels of stone and sand, concealed in total darkness. Strange guardian statues carved into the walls seem to watch as he passes. When the waters return, the serpent becomes a boat again, and the voyage goes on. All around are sights no living eyes have seen, lakes of fire that do not burn the righteous, islands where divine beings stand eternal guard, and doorways of pure darkness that open only at the call of secret names. With each passing hour, a new guide takes up the lead, steering Ra's vessel and offering protection. The underworld has its perils, but these loyal guardians ensure that the sun god's journey is safe and orderly. Then comes the most perilous time, the deep of night, around the 7th hour. In this profound gloom, even the gentle glow of Ra's boat seems to dim, as if a suffocating presence draws near. Coils of shadow stir in the water. From the black depths rises Apophis, the great serpent of chaos, the eternal enemy of Ra. Silent and immense, Apophis uncoils itself across the river, scales blotting out the starlight. Its eyes gleam with malice, and its jaws open wide to swallow the sun, God's boat whole, threatening to snuff out the light of the world forever. The stillness of the underworld is broken by a low hiss and the churn of dark waters as the serpent approaches. But Ra is not unprotected in this dark hour. Upon the boat, ancient words are spoken softly by Isis, the goddess of magic who rides with Ra this night. With calm determination, Isis stretches out her hands, and from the glow of her power materializes another serpent, a benevolent guardian named Mehen. Mehen coils around the solar bark like a living shield, facing the oncoming chaos. Other divine figures aboard the boat stand ready. The scorpion goddess Selket, who wards off venom and evil, and a fierce falcon-eyed god who carries the strength of Horus. Apophis lunges, wrapping its massive body around the boat, trying to crush it in its coils of darkness. The waters heave and churn, and for a moment it feels as if the entire underworld trembles. Yet the defenders of Ra do not falter. Mehen, glowing with protective fire, encircles Apophis, containing its wrath. Isis speaks a binding word, her voice steady and clear in the blackness. The falcon-eyed god strikes at the serpent's scaly coils with a spear of light, and Selket leaps forward, pinning the shadowy beast with her outstretched arms. A muted thunder reverberates through the cavern as Apophis roars in rage, a sound felt more than heard, rumbling through the still air. A tense struggle unfolds between darkness and light, chaos and order. The serpent thrashes, whipping up waves that threaten to capsize the boat. But Ra's crew holds firm. Little by little, Apophis's strength wanes. The enchanted bonds tighten around the great snake. The spears of light and the protective grasp of Mehen press in. In a final shudder, the enemy of the sun is subdued. Apophis cannot be slain forever. This embodiment of chaos will sink back into the depths and lie in wait for the next night. But it is defeated for now. Bound and drained of power, the serpent sinks into the darkness, releasing its grip on the boat. The waters grow still once more. A profound quiet falls, broken only by the crew's collective sigh of relief and the gentle lapping of water on the hull. Ra's light, which had flickered and dimmed during the struggle, now burns steadily again, casting golden ripples on the surface of the river. The journey can safely continue. Beyond the place of this great struggle, the 8th and 9th hours bring the boat into realms of reverence and memory. In one region, the underworld's own gods, ancient, mummified deities, long forgotten by the living, stand along the banks to pay homage. They bow their heads and raise their arms as the sun god passes, their voices whispering praises that echo like the rustle of reeds. These are gods who dwell in silence, guardians of tombs and keepers of secrets, and they are invigorated by Ra's presence. The boat is followed now by a mysterious procession. Figures known as the followers of Thoth, perhaps the souls of illustrious ancestors, emerge from the shadows to trail in Ra's wake like a solemn parade. 4 great rams, sacred animals of Ra, march ahead of the boat, their horns aglow to light the way. The river widens here, its waters calm and gleaming with a faint pre-dawn radiance. In the 10th and 11th hours, signs of approaching dawn begin to manifest, even in the depths of the Duat. The goddess steering the boat in these hours is fierce and jubilant, rejoicing that the victory of light is near. At her call, 4 star goddesses appear and take up stations around the bark, their forms glowing, illuminating the path forward. They are like the first warm colours of sunrise reaching into the night. Strange underworld creatures who have waited through the darkness now gather and dance at the river's edge, sensing the coming renewal. The boat's pace quickens, the waters flowing faster, carrying Ra toward the threshold of a new day. High above in the world of mortals, the morning star appears in the sky, a 2-headed serpent of light slithering across the heavens, heralding the sun's return. Down below, its pale glow guides and guards Ra's final steps through the gloom. At last, the 12th hour of the night arrives. Ra's boat enters the final chamber of the underworld, a place unlike any before. It is as though the bark glides into the very body of a colossal serpent, a tunnel of living essence known as the life of the gods. Here, time and space are strange and suspended. 12 divine attendants materialize, grasping the tow ropes of the boat. With reverence and quiet joy, they begin pulling the vessel through the last stretch of darkness. In this sacred moment, Ra undergoes a profound transformation. The scarab god Khepri, symbol of rebirth, has been journeying at Ra's side, hidden until now. He steps forward. As the first pale glimmer of dawn touches the eastern mountains above, Khepri unites with Ra's weary soul. In a burst of radiant energy, the old sun god is revitalized, transformed into Khepri, the young rising sun, the scarab who rolls the bright sun disk before him. The exhausted, aged form that Ra carried through the night is shed like an outgrown shell, left behind in the belly of darkness. Renewed and brimming with vitality, Ra is reborn. In a final surge, the boat shoots out from the mouth of the underworld serpent and emerges at the eastern horizon of the world. In that instant, dawn breaks. The black sky softens to deep blue, then blushing pink and gold. Birds stir in the palm groves along the Nile, and white lotuses open their petals to greet the morning light. Ra rises into the sky, now a brilliant scarab pushing the glowing sun, which floods the world with warmth and hope for a new day. As he ascends, Ra takes yet another familiar form, that of Horakti, the great falcon, soaring and crying out as he brings daylight to the world. The land awakens. Light spills across fields and rooftops, chasing away the last vestiges of night. Dewdrops on reeds sparkle like jewels. Children yawn and rub their eyes, and farmers lead their oxen to the fields, pausing to lift their faces gratefully to the sun. All is as it should be. With this daily rebirth, Ra is whole and young again, strong enough to journey across the daytime sky, and when evening comes, brave the underworld once more. The cycle is unbroken. Order triumphs over chaos for yet another day. In the heavens, the sun sails on in its daytime boat, and far behind, the defeated Apophis sinks back into the depths to plot his return at dusk. For the people of Egypt, each sunrise is a blessed reassurance that Ra has once more overcome the perils of night and returned to guard the world. The cosmic balance holds. Darkness has yielded to light, and life continues its rhythm. And so, the sun god's nightly voyage through darkness becomes a promise kept, an eternal reminder that even after the longest night, dawn will always come, gentle and triumphant. As the sun rises anew over the world, its rays reach far beyond Egypt, touching other ancient lands where different legends unfold. Under that same golden light, in Mesopotamia, the fertile country between two great rivers, a mortal king gazes toward the heavens with longing. This is Etana, ruler of the city of Kish. Though he is a wise and able king, Etana's heart is heavy, for he has no child to inherit his throne. Each day he watches the sun climb into the sky, and each night he contemplates the glittering stars, wondering what the gods have in store for him. In his prayers, Etana pleads for the gift of an heir. The only hope, he has heard, lies in a fabled object kept in heaven itself, the plant of birth, a divine herb said to bless barren couples with children. One bright morning, moved by desperation, Etana makes a sacrifice at the temple of Shamash, the sun god. As the smoke of his offering curls into the air, Etana prays aloud for guidance. High above, Shamash hears the king's earnest plea. The sun god knows that far away, atop a certain mountain, an event has unfolded that will answer Etana's need. There, by divine providence, Etana will find an unexpected ally. Later that day, following a subtle tug in his heart, King Etana departs the walled city and journeys into the wild foothills. He climbs until he comes upon a desolate rocky area where he finds evidence of struggle. Feathers scattered on the ground, and the unmistakable form of a great eagle lying injured at the bottom of a pit. The eagle's once proud wings are bent and missing many feathers. It is unable to fly and can barely lift its head. Etana approaches cautiously. The mighty bird fixes him with pain-filled eyes that seem to silently plead for help. Etana gently descends into the pit. The eagle does not resist as the king cradles it in his arms. As he examines the creature, Etana discovers the cause of its plight. The eagle's wings and tail have been cruelly clipped, and it is weak from hunger and injury. Nearby lurk the remnants of an old serpent's lair, and Etana recalls a legend. Once, an eagle and a serpent swore friendship, agreeing to hunt and share food. But the eagle broke that oath, devouring the serpent's young in a moment of hunger and folly. The vengeful serpent hid inside a carcass and ambushed the eagle, tearing out its feathers and casting it into this pit as punishment. The eagle, left to suffer, has languished here since. Moved by compassion, Etana carefully lifts the eagle out of the pit. Despite the eagle's large size, the king bears its weight across his shoulders and carries the wounded creature back to Kish. Over the following days and weeks, Etana nurses the eagle with unwavering dedication. He cleanses its wounds with water and soothing herbs, binds its damaged wings with strips of linen, and feeds it morsels of meat from his own table. The eagle, initially wild with pain and distrust, comes to understand that this human means only kindness. It accepts the water from Etana's hands and endures the sting of medicine on its cuts. Each dawn, Etana visits the eagle where it rests in a shady courtyard, speaking softly to it. He tells it stories of his kingdom, and perhaps even confides his sorrow about his lack of a child. The eagle, in turn, heals steadily under the king's gentle care. Its eyes grow bright again, and new feathers begin to sprout where the old ones were torn. At last, the day comes when the eagle feels strong enough to test its wings. Etana watches with hope as the great bird hops and flaps in the courtyard. With a powerful thrust, the eagle lifts off the ground and circles the air once, twice, then lands deftly on the wall. In that triumphant moment, the eagle speaks. Whether in words or in the language of the heart, Etana understands it clearly. The eagle thanks Etana for saving its life and declares itself in his debt. "Tell me, O king," the eagle asks, "what do you desire most? What brought you out alone into the wilderness where you found me?" Etana reveals his plight. He longs for a child and heir, and seeks the plant of birth kept by the gods in the heavens. The eagle stretches its mighty wings, now healed and strong, and makes an extraordinary offer. "You cared for me when I was broken," it says. "Now I shall help you in return. I will carry you on my back to the dwelling of the gods. Together, we will seek this precious plant of birth." Etana's heart leaps at the offer, but he feels a tremor of fear as he imagines the endless heights of the sky. Still, his desire for a child and the omen of Shamash's guidance give him courage. He agrees. They choose a clear, dawn-lit morning for the ascent. In the quiet before sunrise, Etana prays to Shamash once more for protection. Then he climbs onto the eagle's broad back, threading his arms firmly through the feathers and gripping tightly. With a mighty beat of wings, the eagle launches them into the air. The ground falls away rapidly. Over the city of Kish they fly, where early risers look up in astonishment, not quite believing their eyes as their king rides an eagle toward the clouds. The eagle soars higher, rising on warm currents of air. Below them, the two great rivers glint like ribbons of silver across the green plains. Fields and villages merge into a patchwork, then into mere specks as a light morning mist begins to cloak the earth. Etana presses his face against the eagle's feathered neck and dares to look down. Already, the world he knows seems small and distant. Higher still, they climb. The sky turns a deeper blue, and the air grows thin and cool. Soon, the entire land of Mesopotamia reveals itself like a map. Brown hills, shining rivers, the sea like a mirror at the edge of sight. Etana feels both awe and mounting anxiety as the familiar shapes blur beneath a haze. Up and up they go, passing through banks of cloud that wet Etana's cheeks with cold dew. When they break through the last clouds, The sky around them is no longer blue, but a velvety indigo. Daylight still shines, but now stars also sparkle around them. A strange, beautiful sight. Etana marvels at the silence and the curvature of the earth far below, a great disk edged by a hazy rim of blue. The eagle's powerful wings beat steadily, carrying them ever upward, and Etana realizes they are entering realms no mortal has seen. As they ascend beyond the highest cloud, the eagle speaks to Etana over the rushing wind. "Hold tight, friend. We approach the gates of the gods." Passing the orbit of the moon, they enter a region of pearly luminescence. Suddenly, towering before them, Etana perceives a gateway shimmering in the sky, the threshold of the heavenly realm. With a few strong flaps, the eagle carries Etana through. On the other side, the light changes. They find themselves in a celestial garden, where the air is laden with the scent of blossoms, and the colours are more vivid than any on earth. Giant blue lilies line a path of clouds, and trees heavy with glowing fruit sway in an otherworldly breeze. Etana slides gently off the eagle's back onto solid ground, or what feels solid, though it's like standing on compacted cloud. In the distance, a golden radiance beckons. The eagle nods, encouraging Etana to go forward. With heart pounding, the king steps ahead alone. He follows a trail of light until he stands before a pavilion made of rainbows and sunbeams. There, seated on a throne of fragrant cedar, is the goddess Ishtar, Queen of Heaven, Lady of Love and Fertility. Her presence is overwhelming in its beauty and kindness. Etana bows deeply. Without a word, Ishtar rises and cups Etana's hands in hers. She places into his palms a small living thing, an herb with delicate leaves and a single bud about to bloom. The bud emits a soft, emerald glow. Etana feels a gentle warmth emanate from it that fills him with joy. He knows at once this is the plant of birth he has sought so long. Tears of gratitude roll down Etana's cheeks. He tries to find words to thank the goddess, but his voice trembles in the face of such grace. Ishtar smiles and speaks softly. "Return with this gift, good king. Nurture it, and it shall nurture new life for you." She touches his forehead in blessing, and Etana is filled with a serene confidence that his quest is fulfilled. Etana returns to the eagle, cradling the precious plant. Carefully securing the herb in a fold of his robe, he climbs back onto the eagle's back. The eagle leaps from the garden's edge, and they begin the descent from heaven. The journey down feels far quicker, as though the eagle itself is eager to see Etana's wish granted. Earth's features grow distinct again, the blue of the sea, the green of fields, the snaking rivers. Soon the towers of Kish come into sight. Gently, the eagle touches down in a sun-drenched clearing just outside the city, letting Etana dismount. The king sinks to his knees on solid earth, still clutching the miraculous plant to his chest. He thanks the eagle fervently, each expressing eternal friendship to the other. With a final cry that echoes over the plain, the eagle takes wing and returns to the wild freedom of the skies. Etana watches until his saviour disappears into the bright noon sky. Not long after this divine journey, joyous news spreads throughout Kish. The queen is with child. In due time she gives birth to a healthy son, whom Etana names Bali. The people celebrate the birth with feasting and music, praising the gods who answered their king's prayers. Etana himself is a changed man. He often stands on the palace terrace at dawn, gazing at the eagle circling high above, or at the bright star of Ishtar when it glimmers in early morning. He tells his son, when the boy is old enough to listen, about the wonders that trust and faith can bring, and how the gods watch over those who keep hope alive. The story of Etana's ascent on the eagle's back is told and retold by storytellers across Mesopotamia. Around desert campfires at night, travelers recount how a mortal king rode a giant eagle to the very dwelling of the gods, and returned with the gift of life. Parents teach their children that if one lives honorably and keeps faith, the gods will guide you even through the most impossible journeys. And on cool nights, if you lie on your back and look up at the sea of stars, you might imagine you see a tiny speck, Etana on his eagle, flying between those distant lights. The tale of the king and the eagle reminds all who hear it that the distance between earth and heaven is not unbridgeable, and that with courage and divine favor, even a human being can journey among the stars and return home blessed. As inspiring as Etana's skyward journey is, not all cosmic quests lead upward. In a land far to the west, dense with jungle and alive with the roar of howler monkeys and the scent of orchids, the ancient Maya told of a very different passage through the cosmic realms. This one would lead brave heroes not into the sky, but down into the underworld, and back again to the world above. Night falls over the verdant forests of the Maya, and under the soft glow of countless stars, a legend unfolds of two remarkable brothers. Born of both mortal and divine blood, they are often named Hunahpu and Exbalanque, but are best known simply as the hero twins. Their story begins long before their own time, with an event that sealed their destiny. The twins' father, Hunahpu, and their uncle were themselves once skilled ball players, the best in all the world. Every day, their rubber ball thumped on the stone court as they played the sacred game of pits, and the sounds rang out joyously. But one day, the echo of that ball bouncing reached where it never had before, deep below, into Xibalba, the Maya underworld. The lords of Xibalba, gods of death and darkness, were angered by the noise disrupting their realm. They summoned the twins' father and uncle, challenging them to come down and play ball in the underworld's court. Unaware of the danger, Hunahpu and his brother accepted the invitation and descended into Xibalba. There they fell victim to the deadly tricks of the underworld lords. Upon arrival, they were made to sit on a bench that was secretly a hot griddle. They leapt up in pain as the death gods laughed. Weakened and humiliated, the brothers were then forced into a rigged ball game against the lords of Xibalba. In that match, the lords used every foul trick, using a ball lined with blades, casting spells, to ensure the humans would lose. And lose they did. As punishment, the lords of death sacrificed Hunahpu and his brother. They hung Hunahpu's severed head in a gnarled calabash tree at the border of the underworld, as a trophy and a warning to any who might challenge them again. For a while, the head of Hunahpu dangled lifelessly among the tree's strange fruit. But his spirit was strong, and one day a young underworld maiden named Ixquick, Blood Moon, wandered near that tree. Entranced by the skull's gentle voice, yes, the skull spoke to her, Ixquick approached. Hunahpu's skull spat into her hand, and in that miraculous moment she became pregnant with twin boys. Fearing the wrath of the Death Lords, Ixquick escaped Xibalba and returned to the world above. There, far from the underworld, she gave birth to the hero twins, raising them with love and the help of their grandmother. Hunahpu and Exbalanque grew up spirited, clever, and inseparable. From an early age, they displayed uncanny skill in all games and mischief. They even outwitted their jealous older half-brothers, turning those bullies into howler monkeys through a trick, thus establishing their own place in the family. Most of all, The twins loved to play the ball game, just as their father had. Day after day, they practiced with their rubber ball, the pock-to-pock sound echoing through the clearing. As they played, they were unaware that down in Xibalba, the familiar noise once again reached the Lords of Death. One twilight, messengers from Xibalba arrived on Earth's surface with an invitation, or rather a summons, for the twins. The Lords of the Underworld formally challenged Hunahpu and Exbalanque to come play ball in Xibalba, just as their father and uncle had. The twins were not caught off guard. By now, they had heard whispers of their father's fate and recognized that this invitation was likely a trap. Yet they did not hesitate. They knew in their hearts that they were destined to confront the Lords of Xibalba and avenge their father. With steely resolve and wily minds, the hero twins set out for the underworld. The road to Xibalba was fraught with perils, but the twins had been warned, and so they were prepared. First, they came to a river teeming with scorpions. Instead of wading through, they used their blowguns to part the throngs of stinging creatures and tiptoed safely between them. Next was a river of blood, red and reeking. The twins calmly floated across it on their wooden game paddles. Then a river of pus, foul and thick. This too they crossed without a scratch, perhaps by holding their breath and using vines overhead. At the end of these rivers, they reached a fork where 4 roads met, each road speaking with a different voice to confuse travellers. Remembering what their father had lacked, a sense of discernment, the twins did not answer the false voices. Instead, they released a small captive mosquito and followed as it chose the correct road, one that led them straight to the Lords of Xibalba's throne room. Entering the underworld court, the brothers moved cautiously. In the gloom, they saw figures sitting in a row. The Lords of Death often trick newcomers by placing wooden mannequins alongside themselves to see if the visitors will foolishly greet these lifeless dummies. Hunahpu and Exbalanque had been forewarned by tales, and perhaps by their own intuition. So they only bowed to the real lords, who could barely hide their surprise that the twins had seen through the deception. The chief lord then invited the brothers to sit on a wooden bench, but the twins sensed all was not as it seemed. Sure enough, this was the very bench of hot stone that had burned their father. Instead of sitting, the twins politely replied that they preferred to remain standing. A second trick foiled. The gathered lords of Xibalba exchanged dark looks. These twins were not going to be easy prey. So began a series of deadly trials to test the twins' prowess and break their spirit. First, the lords sent Hunahpu and Exbalanque into the House of Darkness for the night. There, the room was utterly lightless and silent. The twins were given a torch and 2 cigars and instructed, keep them burning all night, yet return them intact at dawn. This was an impossible demand, clearly meant to ensure failure. Any normal torch and cigar would be consumed if lit, but if not lit, the twins would be found in darkness. Unfazed, the brothers put their clever minds to work. They plucked a bright feather from a bird and stuck it to the torch to simulate a flame's glow without using the torch itself. And they caught several tiny fireflies, gently placing them on the tips of the cigars to mimic the red ash of slow-burning tobacco. All through the pitch-black night, these little lights fooled the watching demons. Hunahpu and Exbalanque lay in the dark, whispering encouragement to each other, their faces faintly lit by firefly sparks, until morning's first pale beam crept under the door. When the lords opened the House of Darkness, they were astonished to see the twins emerge calmly, handing back an untouched torch and unused cigars. The lord's first trial had failed. Next, the twins were sent into the House of Blades, also called Razor House. Here, within the chamber, Countless obsidian knives flew and spun in the air, sharp as harpies, ready to slice anything that moved. The lords expected the twins to be shredded to pieces. But instead of rushing or cowering, Hunahpu and Exbalanque stood still and addressed the knives politely. They called out compliments, praising the blade's strength and beauty, and suggested that the knives surely must be tired from all that flying about. Amazingly, the knives paused, then settled down, charmed by the twins' words. The twins passed the night in that house unharmed, and by dawn the blades had not touched them. The lords then tried the House of Cold, where an unnatural chill and hailstones would freeze any living being solid. Inside that icy darkness, the twins huddled together and used their breath and body warmth to keep each other alive. They spoke of warm memories, sunny days in the jungle, warm meals with their mother, and somehow the night passed without them turning into ice. In the House of Jaguars, dozens of fierce spotted cats prowled hungry and ready to devour the brothers. But the twins had come prepared. They secretly carried with them bones from previous victims that they scattered across the floor. The jaguars pounced on those bones and squabbled over them all night, too distracted to notice the two boys quietly tucked in a corner, safely out of harm's way. One house after another, the twins survived by virtue of their wits and a little bit of magic granted by the ancestors. There were other trials too. Some stories tell of a house of fire and a house of bats. In the House of Fire, the twins used their skill to avoid the flames, perhaps hiding in the only safe shadow until morning. In the House of Bats, filled with shrieking, blood-sucking bats, led by the deadly Camazots, the twins took refuge inside their blowguns, as if they were hollow logs, confounding the bats. However, as dawn approached, Hunahpu made a small mistake. Curious if the night had ended, he peeped his head out of his blowgun tube. In an instant, Camazots, the giant bat demon, swooped down and in one swift motion decapitated Hunahpu, snatching away his head. Exbalanque was heartbroken to find his brother's head missing. Yet even this catastrophe the clever twins managed to undo. Calling upon the creatures of the field, Exbalanque procured a large squash. He carved the squash to resemble Hunahpu's head, and through a bit of divine aid, placed it on his brother's neck. Incredibly, Hunahpu's body lived, the magic gourd head animated as if real, allowing the twins to continue their quest, albeit with one of them temporarily part vegetable. They would later retrieve Hunahpu's true head from the bats and restore it to his body. But that is another small saga in their adventure. After all these trials, the lords of Xibalba were furious and perplexed. Never had anyone outwitted them so thoroughly. Nevertheless, they could not avoid the final challenge, the bull game itself. The twins had earned the right to face the lords of death on the ball court. Thus, Hunahpu and Exbalanque, undaunted and determined, squared off against the very gods who had killed their father. The bull game in Xibalba was as dangerous as the trials that came before. At one point, the lords produced a bull that was actually a round blade, spinning it fast in hopes of slicing the twins. But the ever-observant brothers recognized the threat and played cautiously, refusing to hit the fake ball. Frustrated, the Xibalbans swapped it out for a normal ball, and the game continued. It was a dramatic match, each side scoring, neither giving quarter. Despite the gods' attempts to cheat, the twins' skill and teamwork kept the score even. Realizing the twins might actually win, the lords of Xibalba resorted to treachery once more. They invited the brothers to a feast in their honor, an apparent gesture of goodwill to congratulate a game well played. Weary from their trials and the bull game, the twins accepted. At the banquet, however, the lords offered the twins gourds filled with steaming food. When Hunahpu and Exbalanque leaned in to lift the lids, scalding smoke and flames billowed out, engulfing them. In that fiery ambush, the hero twins finally met the fate the lords intended. The two brothers collapsed and died in the flames. The Death Lords were beside themselves with glee. They had done it at last. The insolent youths who had bested them time and again were gone. They ground the twins' charred bones to powder and dumped the ashes into the river to ensure these troublemakers would never return. Xibalba resounded with wicked laughter and celebration. But if the lords had learned anything that week, it should have been this: one must never underestimate the hero twins. The ashes the lords cast away drifted down through the underworld river. Some sank into the mud, some were eaten by fish. But after a short time, the impossible occurred. Two adolescent boys appeared, seemingly out of nowhere, at the river's edge. They looked nothing like the glorious hero twins, more like skinny orphans, and they wore disguises of vagabonds. In truth, these were Hunahpu and Exbalanque, resurrected by their own magic and the aid of friendly spirits. To conceal their identity, they had transformed themselves into poor wandering performers. They went about Xibalba, singing and dancing, doing simple magic tricks, making small houses appear and disappear in puffs of smoke, turning one pebble into many, that sort of thing. The denizens of the underworld were charmed and amused by these antics. Before long, news of the talented newcomers reached the ears of the lords. Still flush with their supposed victory, the death gods were in a mood to be entertained. They summoned the two vagabond boys to the court to perform. Standing again in the throne room of Xibalba, this time in ragged clothes and with downcast eyes, Hunahpu and Exbalanque began their act. They juggled 8 balls at once in a dazzling whirl of colour. They conjured a magnificent garden from dry dust, making fragrant flowers bloom out of the cold stone floor, only to turn them back into dust with a clap. The court gasped and applauded, thoroughly delighted. The brothers then played sweet music on flutes carved of bone, and their melodies made even the stern lords wipe a tear or two from their eyes, though they couldn't explain why. Finally, the brothers announced they would demonstrate a feat never seen before: the Dance of the Dead. With everyone watching intently, Exbalanque suddenly drew a knife, and to the shock of all, sacrificed his brother Hunahpu right on the floor. Hunahpu's limp body fell, dead. A hush fell over the hall. Then, with a graceful bow, Exbalanque began to dance around his brother's corpse, chanting softly. In a moment, Hunahpu stirred and rose, completely alive and unharmed. Gasps of astonishment turned to thunderous applause. What a show! To kill and resurrect one's partner. This was magic beyond anything the Xibalbans had witnessed. The Lords of Death were thoroughly captivated. In their arrogance, they decided they wanted to experience this miracle firsthand. One Death, the principal lord, stepped forward and addressed the disguised twins. That was truly marvelous. Now, I command you, perform this dance of the dead on me and my co-ruler, Seven Death. Slay us, and then bring us back to life, just as you did with each other. We wish to witness your magic's full power. At these words, the lesser lords murmured uneasily. Even in Xibalba, killing their own rulers was unthinkable. But One Death insisted, eager for what he assumed would be a moment of supreme spectacle and proof of his own invulnerability. The two brothers exchanged a long glance and shrugged as if to say, "If that is your wish." The crowd of underworld courtiers pressed back, lining the walls in tense silence. Hunahpu and Exbalanque approached One Death and Seven Death, who sat on their thrones. In a flash, the twins drew obsidian knives hidden in their tattered belts, and in one swift motion slit the throats of the two lords. Gasps echoed as the mighty lords of Xibalba toppled to the ground, lifeless. Blood pooled on the cold stone floor. The court waited, breathless, for the next part of the act, the miraculous revival. But the hero twins did nothing. They simply stood, hand in hand, gazing coolly at the bodies of the tyrants who had murdered their father and countless others. A terrible realization dawned in the hall. This was no performance. It was justice. A low moan of fear went through the gathered underworld denizens. Some turned and fled into the darkness. Others prostrated themselves, trembling, and cried out for mercy. In that charged moment, Hunahpu and ex-Balanque let their disguises fall. Gone were the ragged clothes and meek postures. The twins now shone with the glory of true heroes, their faces stern and radiant. "We are the ones you thought you had destroyed," they declared. "We are Hunahpu and ex-Balanque, sons of Hunahpu, whom you unjustly killed. We have defeated you at every turn. Your games and tricks are done." The remaining lords of Xibalba cowered and begged the twins not to kill them as well. They promised to mend their ways, to give up their cruel amusements. Some versions of the tale say the twins spared most of the underworld denizens, only too happy to be rid of their oppressive leaders. Other versions say the twins punished certain wicked demons before leaving. But all agree that after that day, the power of Xibalba was broken. The hero twins had achieved what they came for. They had avenged their father and uncle, outplayed and humbled the lords of the underworld, and fundamentally changed the balance between life and death. Before leaving Xibalba, Hunahpu and ex-Balanque did one last kindness. In a quiet chamber of the underworld, they found their father's remains, his skull still lodged in the branches of the calabash tree. With tender reverence, they gathered what was left of Hunahpu. Some say they tried to bring him back to life, but he could not return in human form. Instead, he was reborn spiritually as the maize god. The twins buried his bones beneath a patch of fertile soil, and immediately green corn sprouted from that spot, tall and healthy. Thus their father would live on in the cycle of maize, feeding his people eternally. Satisfied that they had restored honor to their family, the twins at last ascended from the depths of Xibalba and emerged once more into the world of living men. When the hero twins returned to Earth, dawn was breaking. They stood on the surface and greeted the rising sun, breathing in the sweet air of morning. In that instant, the two brothers knew their time in the mortal world was over. They had done what they were meant to do. It was time to take their place in the heavens. And so, as their grandmother and mother watched from afar, with both sadness and pride, the hero twins began to rise into the sky. Higher and higher they went, gaining brilliance and shedding their human forms. One twin transformed into a resplendent sun, renewing the day with his radiance. The other became a luminous moon, gentle guardian of the night. From that day forward, the Maya say, the sun is none other than one hero twin, and the moon is the other. Together they rule the sky, alternating day and night in a harmonious dance. When the sun travels overhead, bright and fearless, Hunahpu's spirit shines down, reminding the Maya of the triumph of courage over wickedness. When the moon glows softly through the night, Xbalanque's gentle light assures them that even in darkness, they are not alone. And every eclipse, they say, is the brothers playing another cosmic game, one occasionally overshadowing the other in jest, only to return moments later. The people gave thanks to the twins for bringing a new age of balance. No longer would the underworld lords terrify all life unchecked. The twins' journey through death and back demonstrated that even death itself could be overcome by wit, bravery, and sacrifice. To this day, if you visit the ruins of a Maya city and stand at the ball court at dusk, you might feel a hush and a thrill in the air. Many believe that on certain evenings, the hero twins descend briefly to those ancient courts to play the ball game once more, the thump of their ball echoing as a promise that light will always return, and that heroes live on in the very fabric of the sky. In other corners of the world, people watched that same sun and moon and found in them guidance for journeys of a different kind. On the broad plains of North America, under a crisp night sky, the Lakota people looked up to the glittering band of the Milky Way and saw not just stars, but the Wanagi Tachanku, the spirit road. It was the path, they said, that every soul must travel after death. When a loved one died, their journey through the cosmic realm was only beginning, and the living could help guide them to their destination among the stars. Imagine a clear, still night on the prairie. Above, the Milky Way arches from horizon to horizon, a thick river of starlight in the darkness. A Lakota elder, having lived a full life, lies in her lodge surrounded by family. When she passes from the earthly world, her people do not imagine her wandering aimlessly. They know she will set foot on the spirit road overhead. In preparation, the family keeps a sacred ritual called the keeping of the soul. They gently take a lock of the departed's hair and pass it through the cleansing smoke of burning sweetgrass, then wrap it in soft buckskin, creating a soul bundle. For 1 year, they honor this bundle and treat it as a living presence in the teepee, speaking lovingly to it and keeping it near. The soul, they believe, lingers close by during this time, gently transitioning and listening to the prayers and stories shared by the family. When a full year has gone by, the community gathers for the final ceremony to release the soul for its journey. A special teepee lodge is prepared and adorned with offerings. There is a great buffalo hunt, and the buffalo's spirit is asked to help carry the soul onward. Amid songs and the rhythmic beat of the drum, the soul bundle is brought out into the open air. The moment it is lifted towards the sky, the bond keeping the soul earthbound is released. Those present can almost sense the spirit rising like a sigh into the night. Freed at last, the soul begins to travel west, the direction of the dying sun. Perhaps we follow now in the footsteps of that recently departed elder. In the half-light of dusk, her spirit walks westward across the wide prairie. The evening star twinkles, bidding her courage. She reaches the very edge of the world, where earth meets sky in a glowing line. Here, a mystery awaits. To continue, she must leap from the solid ground into the heavens themselves. But the Lakota elder's soul is not afraid. She has been prepared by a lifetime of hearing stories about this moment. With a final glance back towards her loved ones' campfires, now tiny flickers on the darkening plain, she steps into the starry sky. In an instant, she finds herself on the spirit road, the Milky Way. Under her feet, it feels firm yet magical, an infinite bridge made of billions of distant suns. The band of light stretches out before her, winding gently upward into the western sky. Our elder looks around in wonder All about her, the stars shine bright and close, like silver-white flowers on a dark riverbank. The great smear of the Milky Way that living folk see from below is here a broad highway of glittering light. The soul begins to walk along it, leaving the earth further and further behind. She feels a sense of peace, but also purpose. She knows she has somewhere important to be. As she travels, she passes by constellations the Lakota know well. To her right, she might glimpse the pattern of the hand, a grouping of stars that form a celestial handprint. The Lakota say this hand is a portal on the spirit road, a place where souls might have to leap to enter the path. Perhaps that was the leap she already took when entering the sky. Along the way, she may meet spirit guides, an owl gliding silently at her side, or a flicker of ghostly fire lighting each step. These are the blessings of the prayers and rituals her family offered, accompanying her so she does not lose the way. After some time traversing this starry trail, the soul becomes aware of a figure up ahead. In the distance, illuminated by a soft glow, stands an old woman beside what seems to be a campfire on the road's edge. This is Maya Oichafa, the revered grandmother spirit who sits at the crossroads of the spirit path. She is sometimes simply called the Old Woman, and it is she who judges each soul as it passes, determining its readiness to continue. As our elder draws near, she can see the old woman's face, kind, but lined with age and wisdom beyond measure. The old woman sits in front of a lodge that marks the entrance to the land of many lodges, the final destination of good souls. The old woman beckons the travelling soul to stop and rest a moment by her fire. Perhaps she offers a bowl of warm broth, or simply a comforting smile. Then, gently but firmly, she asks questions without words. She peers into the soul's heart to see whether this person lived with honour, whether proper rituals were observed, and whether the soul carries the necessary spiritual marks or tattoo that the Lakota believe souls must bear to pass. In some Lakota traditions, the living would mark the hand or wrist of the deceased with a sacred tattoo or paint, a kind of passport for the afterlife. The old woman's keen eyes search for this, and for the light of goodness. Our elder's soul trembles slightly under the old woman's gaze, not out of fear, but in reverence. She has tried to live a good life, and her family performed all the correct rites when she died. After a long moment, the old woman nods and smiles. She has deemed the soul worthy. With a gentle hand, she points to the path on the right. This path continues onward to the land of the Great Spirit, to peace and reunion. The old woman gives her blessing, and perhaps even says, "Your relatives are waiting. Go in peace, child." If the soul had been unworthy, say, a cruel person, or someone whose funeral rites were neglected, the old woman's face would have grown stern. She would have pointed left instead, down a different road, and with sorrow in her voice, she might have said, "Return." Souls who cannot yet go to the good place are sent leftward, where they drift back towards earth as uneasy spirits, or linger in a shadowy region until they can be purified. This is why, among the Lakota, families take great care to perform the proper ceremonies and guide the dying with prayers. They want to make sure their loved ones carry the spiritual credentials to be recognized and welcomed by the old woman, and not turned away. But our traveller has passed her examination. With gratitude in her heart, she thanks the old woman and continues on the right-hand path. Now the scene around her begins to change subtly. The dense glitter of the Milky Way seems to thin out, and ahead she sees what looks like the glow of many small fires twinkling. There is a horizon in the distance, but not an earthly one, perhaps the edge of the galaxy itself, or the boundary between the physical and the purely spiritual realm. Drawing closer, she finds herself stepping off the narrow starlit road onto what feels like solid ground again. It's as if she's come upon a vast, gentle plain beneath the eternal night sky. Scattered across this plain are countless points of light, which she soon realizes are the fires outside lodges, teepees stretching as far as the eye can see in every direction. This is the spirit village, the land of many lodges. A great encampment of the ancestors spreads out before her, lively yet peaceful. Her heart swells as she walks into the village. Almost immediately, familiar figures emerge from the glow of a nearby lodge. They are her relatives who journeyed here before her. A grandmother who died when she was a child, an uncle lost in battle, a dear friend who passed last winter. They come forward smiling, arms open. They look healthy, their faces unlined by pain, their eyes bright with joy. There are tears and laughter as they greet her with warm embraces. How welcome! They usher her to a central fire where others gather to greet the newcomer. The air is filled with the rich smell of buffalo meat roasting and the woodsy scent of sage. Children, some she recognizes as babies who died long ago, now grown into bright-eyed youths, run and play between the lodges. She notices, too, that the Great Spirit, Wakang Thanka, is present everywhere here. Some say the Great Spirit is like a gentle light suffusing the sky above the spirit village. Others say Wakangji Thanka sits in the form of a wise elder at the largest lodge in the center, greeting each soul. However one imagines it, there is a profound sense of belonging and unconditional love permeating this place. Our elder feels lighter than air, filled with deep contentment. She realizes that all the hardships of earthly life, hunger, thirst, sickness, loneliness, have no power here. In the land of many lodges, the cookpots are always full, the prairies are teeming with buffalo for the hunt, which is always successful and never cruel in this world, and the songs and dances never cease in their celebration. As the night goes on, though it's a perpetual, starlit night here, never cold or fearful, the elder joins her ancestors around the council fire. They pass a pipe of peace and rejoice in reunion. She learns that from here, souls can watch over their loved ones on earth, whispering guidance in dreams or sending comfort on the wind. And she knows that when her family's time comes, she will be here, waiting to welcome them in turn, just as she was welcomed. Back on Earth, a year after her death, her family completes the final rites and knows in their hearts that she has reached the spirit village safely. On clear nights, they look up at the Milky Way shimmering across the sky and recall the path their loved one took. She is with her relatives now, with the Great Spirit, they say, with quiet happiness. The Milky Way, once merely stars, is now a comforting sight, the glow of campfires in the world of spirits, a reassurance that those who passed on are together and at peace. Thus, the Lakota see death not as an end, but as a journey home along the very stars. When a shooting star streaks across the sky, some whisper that it's a spirit being cast off the path by the old woman, perhaps one who wasn't ready, now falling back to roam the earth. And when the northern lights shimmer on the horizon, many Lakota say that the spirits are dancing in the sky, celebrating a soul's arrival with the ancestors. These beliefs give comfort during times of loss. The grieving know that as long as the proper prayers are said and the rituals kept, their beloved dead will not wander lost. Instead, they walk the spirit road with purpose, guided by the love of those behind and greeted by the love of those ahead. In the stillness of a prairie midnight, under a bowl of countless stars, these thoughts bring great peace. One can almost hear the soft crackling of ghostly fires overhead, and the faint, joyful drumming of a homecoming celebration among the stars. The cosmic journey of the soul affirms that life is a circle. We come from the Great Spirit, and to the Great Spirit we eventually return, along a road of divine light. Now, leaving behind the starlit plains and their spirit road, our journey carries us far over the sea to a remote corner of the world, where the ocean stretches to every horizon. Amid the vast blue Pacific lie green islands ringed with coral reefs. There, under swaying palms and a moonlit sky, the people told a story about a woman who left the earth not after death, but while still alive, seeking refuge in the heavens. It is the tale of Hina, the woman who ascended to the moon. In a village nestled beside a gently crashing surf, long ago in Hawaii, lived a woman named Hina. Hina was renowned for her skill and diligence. Every day from dawn until dusk, she toiled. She would strip the fibrous bark from the mulberry trees and pound it with a wooden mallet to make soft kappa cloth. The bam, bam, bam of Hina's mallet echoed through the village without fail each morning, a steady rhythm of industry. With the bark cloth she made clothing to trade and to clothe her family. When the sun climbed high, Hina moved on to other chores, patching the thatched roof of their hut, weaving mats, gathering gourds for water, and fishing in the tidal pools for the evening meal. She was a devoted wife and mother, pouring her love into caring for her household. Yet Hina's family did not return her devotion in kind. Her husband was a lazy man, spending his days sleeping or gambling with friends, contributing little. And he was quick to anger, often shouting at Hina and calling her lazy if he found even a minor task undone. Ironic, since she worked far more than he. Hina's children were grown, and both had left her. Her son had turned to thievery and sailed off to other islands, and her daughter had abandoned village life to wander in the wild forests. Hina's heart ached with these losses, and now only her ungrateful husband remained at home, berating her daily despite all she did. As the years passed, Hina's burdens felt heavier, and her spirit wore thin. Each night, after a long day of labour and scolding, Hina would sit by the shore under the moon and let the salt breeze dry the tears she couldn't hold back. Often, as she pounded bark in the dawn, she would quietly whisper a wish in rhythm with the mallet's fall. I wish I could leave. I wish I could escape. Just to rest. Just to be free. Bam, 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 went the mallet. Help, 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 her heart seemed to cry. Though no one in the village heard those words, it is said the gods did. One day, in the late afternoon, Hina trudged down to the beach carrying her fishing net, as was her routine. She was exhausted. Her back hurt, her wrists were swollen from pounding kappa, and her eyes stung with tears she refused to let fall. As Hina stood at the water's edge, staring at the rolling waves and feeling very alone, something unusual appeared in the sky. A small, dark cloud moved toward her against the trade winds. It was tinted with gentle colours, pink, lavender, pale green. Hina paused, net in hand, puzzled by the sight. The cloud drifted just above the beach, and as Hina watched in wonder, it unfurled downward. The misty vapours stretched and solidified into a shining rainbow that arced gracefully from the heavens and touched down on the sand right before Hina's feet. It shimmered with all the colours of sunrise and was like a glowing stairway inviting her upward. Hina gasped softly, her troubles momentarily forgotten. In that quiet moment, she heard a voice on the breeze, a gentle, ethereal voice of a woman. "Hina," the voice said, "we have heard your cry. This is a path of escape. I cannot tell you what lies at its end, that you must discover for yourself. But if you truly wish to leave your burdens, the way is open." Hina looked around. No one else was on the beach, only crabs scuttling in the tide line. The voice seemed to emanate from the rainbow itself, or from the very air. Her heart began to pound, not with fear, but with hope. Could this be real? The rainbow glowed steadily, its far end disappearing into the sky, where the first stars were beginning to twinkle. Summoning courage from deep within, Hina stepped forward. She slipped off the rough work apron she wore and tested the rainbow with one foot. It felt cool, like mist, yet bore her weight. She placed her other foot on it. The prismatic light swirled around her toes. Hina thought of her husband's angry face, of years of unending work and loneliness. She thought of the dream of resting by a forest stream, of being valued and at peace. Without glancing back, she began to climb. Hand over hand, foot over foot, Hina ascended the arc of the rainbow. The ocean breeze tugged at her long hair and the skirts of her simple dress, as if pleading with her to return to land. But she ignored it and kept climbing. The sky shifted from afternoon blue to the deep orange of sunset as she went higher. Below her, the palm trees shrank to tiny dots, and the village became a mere speck on the shoreline. The sound of the waves grew distant. With each step, Hina felt some of her weariness falling away, replaced by a flutter of exhilaration. She was really doing it. She was leaving. But the gods had not promised this path would be easy. The rainbow was steep and grew slippery with the dew of clouds. As the sun's last edge dipped under the horizon, Hina found herself enveloped in the intense, golden-red light of dusk. It dazzled her eyes, and the sudden altitude made her head spin. She was much closer to the sun here than any mortal should be. The brilliant rays burnt her exposed skin. She winced as her shoulders and arms began to redden. Still she climbed, determined, but each step became heavier as the air thinned. Her breath came in gasps. The rainbow beneath her feet trembled slightly. Perhaps it was not meant to bear a mortal body for so long. Hina's resolve faltered for just a moment. Uncertain and dizzy, she paused to catch her breath, one hand shielding her eyes from the sun's glare. That moment of hesitation was costly. Her foot slipped on the wet rainbow, and she cried out as she lost her grip. Suddenly, Hina was tumbling down through the sky. The rainbow vanished like a snuffed flame, and she was in free fall. The wind roared in her ears, and the world turned upside down. Blue sky where earth should be. Down she fell, through a cloud that briefly dampened her panic with cool moisture, then out into open air again. Just when she thought all was lost, there was a great splash. Hina plunged into the ocean with force, the water mercifully deep right off the reef. It enveloped her, mercifully cool against her scorched skin. She opened her eyes underwater to see silver bubbles rising around her, as though the sea itself said welcome. Kicking and sputtering, Hina surfaced. It was night now, and the gentle light of the almost full moon shone on the waves. She swam a short distance to the shore, thankfully unhurt except for the sunburn that prickled her skin. The attempt had failed. Hina felt a crushing despair well up. She had been given a miraculous chance, and in her weakness, she had lost it. Pulling herself onto the sand, she finally let the tears come. In the cool darkness of the tropical night, she wept softly for all that had been and all that might have been. Time passed. The ocean's patient rhythm steadied her breathing, and the salt of her tears mingled with the salt of the sea. When she finally lifted her face, she saw the moon, bright, ivory white, and huge, just rising above the edge of the world. It lit a silver path on the water toward the horizon. She had never seen it so big. It seemed to be staring right at her, a serene and understanding presence. As Hina gazed, she felt the moon looking into her heart, into all her exhaustion and sorrow, and bathing it in cool, gentle light. The night air around her whispered with a kind hush. Behind her on the beach came the crunch of footsteps. Hina turned to see her husband stomping towards her, fuming. He had awakened to find no dinner cooking, and her chores undone, and had gone out in search of his wife. Now he stood over her, silhouetted against the moonlit sky, fists balled. "Fish again," he snarled, noticing the empty net at her side. "What have you been doing, you lazy woman? Lazing about in the water while I have nothing to eat? Get up, get home, and make my meal." He kicked sand towards her, his face twisted with contempt. Something inside Hina, something that had been slowly building through all her trials, finally snapped. She felt no fear of his shouting anymore, only a profound fatigue and a spark of defiance. Without a word, she turned away from him and looked back to the moon. Its shining face filled her vision, so calm and inviting compared to the ugliness behind her. A ring of coloured light, like a halo, encircled the moon, an auspicious sign in Hawaii. In a voice just loud enough for the gods to hear, Hina whispered, "I want to go to the moon. I want to rest." No sooner had she spoken than the rainbow cloud appeared again, as sudden as before. It unrolled down from the heavens, touched by the lunar glow, and this time it landed directly in front of her, shimmering softly on the sand. Hina's husband fell silent, eyes wide in disbelief and a touch of fear. The heavens themselves seemed to be answering his wife. Hina knew this was her second chance, a gift rarely given, and it would not come again. Summoning a strength born of desperation and hope, Hina sprang to her feet. "One moment," she called to the rainbow, her heart pounding. She dashed past her astounded husband, straight to their hut. In moments, she emerged clutching a small bundle, her beloved calabash gourd, into which she had quickly placed a few precious things. The old cowrie shell her mother had given her for luck, her daughter's little wooden doll with one arm broken off, and a carved toy turtle her son made as a boy. These humble treasures held all the love she had poured out in her life. She also threw on a fresh garment, the special pau skirt she had dyed bright yellow and decorated with purple flowers and shells, the one she had secretly made for herself but never dared wear. Dressed now in beauty and carrying her memories, Hina ran back outside. Her husband, regaining his wits, rushed after her, yelling, "Stop! Where do you think you're going in that skirt? You can't leave me. I forbid it." But Hina was already ascending the rainbow, which now arced not to the sun, but directly toward the brilliant moon. Seeing that she truly meant to escape him, Hina's husband was overcome with fury. He leapt onto the bottom of the rainbow and managed to grab Hina's ankle. "You will not!" he snarled, his fingers digging cruelly into her flesh. The sudden weight on her leg nearly pulled Hina off the rainbow. She cried out in alarm, clutching her gourd tightly with one hand and gripping the rainbow with the other. The multicolored path swayed under the added strain. Desperate to be free, Hina kicked back with her trapped foot, but his hold was iron. A fierce determination surged through her. With a deep breath, Hina did something she'd never done. She fought back. She raised her heavy gourd and swung it down hard against her husband's arm. The calabash struck with a thud. Surprised and in pain, he loosened his grasp just enough. With a final cry, a mix of sorrow, regret, and release, Hina wrenched her foot away and delivered one strong kick to his chest. He tumbled backwards off the rainbow, landing on the sand below with a grunt, as the vibrant bridge began lifting away from the earth. Hina didn't pause to look down. Injured and limping slightly, she continued upward, determined to not waste this chance. The rainbow carried her swiftly now, as if itself eager to deliver her to safety. The ocean and islands fell away beneath her once more. But this time, the harsh sun was gone. The journey was by moonlight. The arching path glowed gently, and the night winds were cool on her skin. Her poor ankle throbbed, likely sprained or worse, but she ignored the pain. Each moment carried her farther from her old life and closer to sanctuary. Up ahead, the moon loomed larger and larger, a colossal pearl hanging in the sky. Its light was silver and soothing, a balm to her weary eyes and burnt skin. The closer Hina got, the more everything was bathed in that soft luminescence. It was as if the moon opened its arms to her. Finally, the tip of the rainbow touched the moon's surface, right at the edge of a vast round crater. Hina stepped off onto solid ground, pale, powdery dust that puffed up around her feet. The rainbow curled away behind her, withdrawing into the starry expanse, its duty fulfilled. For a moment, Hina simply stood and breathed. The air, if it could be called air, was thin, yet somehow she needed little of it. She felt a tingling in her limbs, a lightness in her being, as though she had shed not just the weight of her body, but the weight of worry and hurt as well. Looking around, she saw gentle hills and hollows, all in shades of white and grey under the earthshine. There were no sounds, except perhaps the whisper of her own heart. Here and there, delicate sparkling particles drifted in low lunar gravity, catching the starlight. With a sigh of relief, Hina lowered herself to sit at the rim of the crater. Fine moon dust, soft as flour, cushioned her. She placed her calabash gourd at her side, its contents safe and intact. Finally, she removed the garland of flowers from her hair, the one thing she had taken off her old apron, and laid it in her lap, a last offering to this new home. The moon glow wrapped around Hina like a silvery cloak. In Hawaiian lore they say it was like a feather mantle, an ahula worn by high chiefs, settling over her shoulders to honor her arrival. Hina closed her eyes, and for the first time in decades, perhaps in her entire life, she felt utterly at peace. No angry voice disturbed the sacred quiet. No task demanded her attention. In the gentle silence of the moon, Hina rested, and her spirit blossomed like a night flower under the stars. She stretched out her leg, the one her husband had grabbed, and realized with a wry smile that she could no longer move it as well as before. It was wounded and would heal crooked, but it didn't matter here. On the moon, she could be Lono Moku, the lame woman, and still be whole. In time, the pain in her ankle dulled, and she propped it comfortably on a small moon rock. From her crater, Hina gazed back at the earth, a distant blue-green sphere hanging in the black sky. She harbored no bitterness, only relief. Far below, on those islands, her husband would eventually accept she was gone. Perhaps he would even feel remorse. But Hina's thoughts were not on him now. She thought of her children, sending them silent love across the void, hoping her daughter might glimpse her in the moon and know her mother found peace. She thought of all tired women and men toiling under the sun, and she wished that they could find respite when they needed it. As the night wore on, Hina explored a bit and found a small natural basin in the rock that collected fine snow-like moon dust. She eased herself into it, like settling into a soft bed, and let her mind drift. Dreams came to her, gentle, drifting dreams of white clouds, of cool streams, of friends laughing. It is said that on the moon she became a goddess, so perhaps those were not dreams at all, but visions of people on earth to whom she would now bring inspiration. The overburdened, the lonely, the ones who cry out for help as she did. In her newfound tranquility, Hina promised she would watch over them. Down on earth, the disappearance of Hina became legend. Villagers peering up at the full moon swore they could see her, a hunched figure with a stick or mallet, a gourd by her side, and her leg extended as if forever climbing. Parents pointed it out to children, telling the cautionary tale of a husband who drove his wife to the sky with cruelty, and the inspiring tale of a woman who dared to seek a better fate. Over time, Hina of the moon grew into a beloved figure. Hawaiian elders explained that the bright marks on the moon's face are Hina's snow-white tapa cloth spread out to dry, or perhaps the shining kappa-beating mallet she still wields up there as she makes fine cloth from the fibers of starlight. They call the moon Mahina, honoring her name, and during certain moon phases, they refrain from straining work to remember that even Hina needed rest. Hina herself is still there, of course. If you look up on a clear night, when the moon is nearly full, you may make out her silhouette. She sits in profile in her crater, her injured foot stretched out before her, her calabash resting nearby. She might be weaving, or simply daydreaming as she watches the earth. Some nights, one can almost imagine a gentle hum coming from the moon, a lullaby Hina sings to soothe those who sleep under her light. The island people sometimes speak to her in prayer. E Hina, guardian of the moon, give us your peace and resilience. And Hina listens. Safe in the moon's embrace, she has all the time in the world to listen to the prayers from below. In her radiance, caregivers and labourers find a friend. They know that Hina once walked in their sandals, felt their exhaustion, and ultimately claimed her right to rest and respect. So when the burdens of life feel too heavy, a person might step outside at night, let the moonlight bathe their face, and feel Hina's compassion soothing their soul. We have now wandered through many realms and ages, carried along by the gentle currents of myth and legend. We sailed with Ra through the midnight underworld and rose with him at dawn. We rode on the back of Etana's eagle into the heights of heaven. We braved the trials of Xibalba with the Maya hero twins and watched them ascend as sun and moon. We followed the Lakota spirit along the Milky Way to a home among the ancestors, and we climbed the rainbow with Hina to find rest on the moon. So many stories, so far apart in time and place, yet all of them reach for the eternal, for the cosmic mysteries above and below. Though these tales come from different peoples, Egyptian, Mesopotamian, Maya, Lakota, Polynesian, they share a wonder at the vastness of existence. Each story has been like a star in the grand constellation of human imagination, shedding light on questions we all ask. What happens when the sun disappears? Can we ever touch the sky? How do we overcome death? Where do our loved ones go when they leave us? Is there a place where burdens lift and we find peace? Now, as our long journey through ancient cosmic myths draws to a close, let us take a moment to absorb the peaceful reassurance they offer. Envision the night sky above you. It's the same sky our ancestors looked upon, weaving their hopes and fears into stories of gods and heroes. Can you see it in your mind's eye? The river of the Milky Way flowing overhead, Ra's starry bark perhaps gliding along it, the bright planet Venus that might have been Etana's guide, the quiet moon with Hina's silhouette, maybe even two faint new stars you might imagine are the hero twins watching over us. Each pinpoint of light up there carries a fragment of a story, an echo of a voice from long ago telling us we're not alone in the dark. The night is deep, and all around is still. In this calm darkness, we feel the kinship with those distant ancestors who first told these tales. They too looked up in awe and found comfort, meaning, and adventure in the movements of celestial bodies. We too can find comfort in them. The sun will rise tomorrow, as Ra assures us. The struggles and quests of life will go on, but perhaps with renewed faith that beyond hardships there is renewal. Dawn after night, reunion after parting, rest after toil. Thank you for travelling these starlit paths with me. As you drift into your own night's rest, may the tranquility of these myths stay with you. Imagine yourself carried on Ra's gentle boat, safe through the night. Or feel the soft feathers of Etana's eagle beneath you, holding you aloft in kindly darkness. Picture the hero twins' radiant sun and moon watching over your dreams, the Milky Way like a gauzy blanket of light, and the moon's glow like a night lamp left on by Hina to keep you from loneliness. In this way, though our journey ends, the peaceful spell of these cosmic legends will linger, wrapping you in a calm as endless as the sky. Now the hour is late, and the cosmos outside is silent. Let us surrender to the quiet. In the silence, perhaps you can hear the faint song of the stars, the lullaby of the ages that has always been there. Let it reassure you that in the grand tapestry of creation, you are a cherished part. The same universe that inspired Ra, Etana, the hero twins, the Lakota elders, and Hina watches over you too. So sleep, and as you do, may you sense Ra's warmth, ready to return at dawn. Etana's faith carrying you upward in hope. The twins guarding the balance of night and day. The ancestors on the spirit road praying for your well-being. And Hina's gentle light easing all pains. In the morning, the sun will rise and life will continue its cycle, changed in subtle ways by the old wisdom we've shared tonight. Until then, beneath the infinity of stars, may you find rest and pleasant dreams. The ancient cosmic myths and legends have kept their watch, and now they bid you a fond and tender good night.